mic on. Yo. Okay. All right, chat.
We started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for getting money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big old booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for getting money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
Yeah, what we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked in, chat? What we doing tonight, man? What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked or what, man? I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spencer night, she pack a bag right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spencer night, she pack a bag right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Oh, yeah, chat. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all like Leland. Thank you for the super chat, Leland, man. Y'all give Leland some flames on that $50 super chat, man. Thank you, Leland, for always supporting the channel. Chat, y'all locked in. Drop some plug emojis. What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? We got an action-packed episode. Y'all know what time it is.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
There we go.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut it live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut it live out. What we doing tonight, chat? They saying doomsday countdown. Netanyahu's making bold claims. New alliances are forming. And we got Marco Rubio calling out NATO, man. Everybody double tap the screen, shut it live out. We got an action-packed episode, man. We got breaking. They're reporting that President Trump is telling his aides he is willing to end the Iran conflict without reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and I want to know how you feel about that right now, chat. Should we open it? Should we not open it? Let me know down in the comments. Also, they're saying that Zelensky is holding the cards right now. I told y'all, Zelensky is a modern wartime leader. They're saying he's floating the idea of deploying Ukrainian sea drones in the Strait of Hormuz to help unblock it. So they're talking about using the sea drones. Also, we got Tucker Carlson talking about the Christians not being able to go to that church. I do believe Netanyahu did let that cardinal, was it a priest? I do believe he let that cardinal priest go in there. Also, we have a rabbi talking about Netanyahu is Amalek. I don't know. Chat is going viral right now. It's almost at 1 million views. I believe it came out yesterday. We got Caroline Leavitt doing a White House press briefing. They said she said some wild shit. Germany has called for the U.S. to withdraw its 40,000 troops from the country. Didn't J.D. Vance just have a meeting over with Germany? I don't know what's going on with the 40,000 troops withdrawing from Germany. That comes off of the back of Spain blocking the airways, said that the United States cannot use Spain's airspace to conduct strikes. Also, we got 1.3 trillion wiped out of the market today. Marco Rubio on behalf of Donald Trump expressed regret that the Saudi authorities signed a defense agreements with Ukraine. I said it. Zelensky has the cards right now when it comes to these drones. That comes off of the back of Trump saying that the Saudi crown prince was kissing his ass. Remember, Trump said the Saudi crown prince was kissing his ass. Now that man's making new deals with Zelensky. Oh, in other news, Trump pardoned a nursing home operator, Joseph Schwartz. He was convicted of a $39 million fraud scheme. I tell you guys all the time, they don't care about fraud. They care about who's committing the fraud, right? If we really cared about fraud, the guy effing people over for $39 million wouldn't get a pardon 3 months into his 3-year sentence, man. Like, what are we talking about? Waste, fraud, and abuse, but we're pardoning motherfuckers 3 months into their 3-year prison term for $39 million. Nursing home fraud. It's crazy, chat. Crazy. We'll also get into just geopolitics and what's going on around the world. This clip I do have above me is Kim Jong-un and his special forces. He wants everybody to see how those special forces were. I seen a clip earlier of, I forgot where the soldier was from. Was it Ukraine? I think it was a Ukrainian soldier. He was speaking about how they had captured a North Korean soldier and the guy bit his damn veins. He bit so deep into his veins that I guess he just bled out. Like, so he couldn't be tortured and used for information. He bit all the way into his veins and just bled out. So now they put boxing gloves on the captives. Also, Teva Pharmaceutical was hit today by the Iranians. This is the single largest generic drug manufacturer on earth, and we're going to deep dive into that because that can have global ramifications. It's saying that it's bad. They're saying that that company was providing 90% of all the generic drugs on earth. Rubio saying the NATO, he's unhappy with the NATO partnership and it does need to be a reassessed. Chat, we got an action-packed episode. We'll get into all of that, man. I hope everybody's having a great night. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. We have to make it to 100 likes right here, right now. Everybody double tap your screen or go to the top, hit the 3 dots, hit the like button. We're 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Let's get in the algorithm right here, right now and start the show. This is North Korea's Special Forces unit, and I seen some of this clip, chat, and I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what the hell they're training for. Like, is he throwing a shovel, chat? Like, he just threw a shovel at this man. Now, I don't know if this is a rubber shovel. I'm assuming it's a real shovel, chat. Like, what the hell is this? Punching bricks. Like, are they holding him over a spike? What do we call that, chat? Is that a damn spike? They're holding him over a spike and about to break some shit on his back. Like, what is this training for? Is this training for being captured? Like, at what point in any situation would you need to do some shit like this, chat? I'm just asking, at what point would this be needed, man? Some shit like this, man. This guy's nailing nails in a piece of wood with his damn bare hand. He's karate chopping the fucking top off of fifths of vodka, bruh. Like, to picture him slapping somebody, bruh. He just karate chopped the top off of a damn vodka bottle, a fifth, bruh. A fifth. Picture him slapping somebody, bruh. Oh my God. Psh. Now, I don't know, bro. Chat. Now, this right here took me for a loop. Why the hell did he just jump high as he can in the air and slam his head down through a butt? I don't know. What is that? It's not center blocks. What the hell is that he just smashed his head through, chat? Like, what? What is going on? That's brick. Some kind of brick. Man, I don't know what the North Koreans are training for, chat. I don't know what the North Koreans are training for, but that shit is crazy, bruh. That shit is crazy, man. He just slapped the top off of a damn vodka bottle, chat. All right, let's get into the news. I ain't gonna waste y'all time tonight. We're gonna get straight into Caroline Leavitt, man. I gotta see what the hell Caroline's talking about today, man. I don't know, bruh. She's probably about ready to have that baby too, huh, chat? Caroline's probably about ready to have a child. Everybody hit the like button, chat, while we get into the news, man.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation.
Man, welcome to not having fucking ads. Excuse me, chat. I thought I had YouTube Premium on this account too. What's going on?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Could you hear our amen in there? We just said a little loud prayer as a team. In this Holy Week, President Trump and the First Lady are joining in prayer with Christians celebrating the resurrection of our Lord.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, chat. The only reason I even looked like that when Caroline came out here and said, "Did you hear us say amen? We just finished the prayer." Like, nothing wrong with praying. It's just that before I got on live, I seen a ad of the White House spiritual advisor saying that you need to pay your tithes to help Israel right now. The 10%, man, that you supposed to pay in tithes, this lady saying, forget the church, man. Forget your church, man. That first 10% needs to go to Israel. So now that I hear Caroline saying that, that's a little crazy, bro. It's like, dang. Lady, I've never seen you in my church. What the hell are you talking about trying to tell me where to send my tithes to?
Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. On Wednesday, the president will host an Easter lunch in the East Room with faith leaders across the country to celebrate Holy Week. With respect to the ongoing major combat operations in Iran, Operation Epic Fury is moving ahead successfully and according to plan. With each passing day, the United States military is increasing its advantage over the terrorist Iranian regime. More than 11,000 enemy targets have been struck to date, each strike further crippling the regime's offensive and defensive capabilities and creating more leverage.
So this is the thing. Iran has came out today and said that they're not pursuing nuclear weapons. They have never pursued nuclear weapons. Yes, we have been blowing the shit up, bombing the hell out of Iran. But to say that we're winning, yes, we're blowing their shit up. But it's kind of crazy because we're no farther along than we were at the beginning of this shit. We're no closer to getting them the centrifuges the hell up out of there. The Strait of Hormuz, Trump just came out and today and sounding like he's ready to make some damn concessions. Like, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz. What did he say? Let me find the damn thing. What did he tell his aides, chat? He's willing to end the Iran conflict without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So if we don't get the nuclear weapons off of them, we don't open up the Strait of Hormuz, what the fuck was accomplished? Other than just blowing some shit the hell up.
For the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels.
But that's the thing. Iran never had a strong navy or a strong air force. They never had that. They just had a bunch of motherfuckers. If you want to be real, Iran never really had a crazy air force or a crazy navy. They just had a bunch of people. And now we getting reports that a $20,000 drone just took out a $700 million plane. 20,000 to 7 million. 20,000 to, no, not 7 million, 700 million. 20,000 to 700 million. It's a little crazy.
The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus far, significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the sky.
So one thing that this conflict has shown us, that our military budget, yes, it's $1 trillion, but that budget can be spent a lot better. $20,000 drone knocking out a $700 million plane. We got to reevaluate the situation. We have to reevaluate the situation here.
And have asserted air.
We're 35 billion into this conflict already. We're spending $1 billion a day. We spent 11 billion like the first 6 days. Now we're $1 billion a day. They just asked to cut healthcare to put 35 more billion or however much it is into that 200 billion they want for the war. We're burning $1 billion a day. They're asking for 200 billion. Chad, we can do some math, right? Doesn't sound like this shit's gonna be over next week.
Dominance over Iran, completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. The United States is conducting more intense, targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing day to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements of the regime become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table while they still can. Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime.
No, I am not the black Nick Fuentes. My name is Plug. I am the voice of the politically homeless. I don't care if you far left, far right, liberal, conservative, Marxist, fascist, alien, NPC. Get your ass in here, grab you a chair. Lala got some plain legs and some damn snacks and candy going around for everybody, man. Let's chill out. Have a good night, man.
And false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. What is said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. If the Iranians reject this golden opportunity, the greatest military...
This is what's crazy. So we hear this going on, chat, but we have to understand that this just happened over the last couple of days right here. Let me pull it up. It says, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, on behalf of Donald Trump, expressed regret that the Saudi authorities signed defense agreements with Ukraine without consulting the United States. So that's where the title comes in. New alliances being formed. Saudis just went around the United States, cut a deal with Ukraine on the drones. It says, In response, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman noted that the U.S. had failed to fully protect the kingdom from Iranian strikes, and therefore Saudi Arabia made the decision to quickly strengthen its defense capabilities. The Crown Prince also stated his country will continue to be guided by its own national interest when making decisions regarding defense. And remember, all of this happened right after Trump just got up there and said, yeah, he didn't want to kiss my ass. He didn't want to have to kiss my ass. Now he's cutting fucking deals around Trump's back with Zelensky.
And the history of the world continues to stand by to provide President Trump with every option available to ensure this regime continues to pay a grave price. One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress...
Okay, chat. So we know that DHS just got funded a whole lot last year. The Democrats are still holding out. Put fund in the chat if you think that they should fund DHS. Put don't fund if you do not think they should, if you think they should continue to hold out. Fund if you think they should. Don't fund if you think they should continue to hold out. Chat, we have to hit that next like goal. Everybody double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots, hit the like button. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal, man. Let's get those likes up.
Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless...
Oh, who is that? We have, Lover comes through via Super Chat. Thank you, Lover, for coming through via Super Chat. You are truly independent, and all us other indies appreciate it. We don't need opinions, just the facts. Appreciate your channel. I appreciate your support, Lover, man. We're going to show up every single night, man. We're going to be consistent, man. We're not going to take any shortcuts over here, Lover. We're going to show up every single night, man.
Political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall morale among TSA staff plummeted as well. All of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk.
So I did see that Tyler Perry went and gave out $1,000 gift cards to the TSA that couldn't work, and they had to return it, chat. TSA, they were told to return those $1,000 gift cards that Tyler Perry was handing out to them.
Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown. This bold and necessary action by President Trump will...
So what I think happened was Elon offered to fund TSA. Trump turned them down. Trump took some money from somewhere else. Where did he take it from? Did he take it from all of the money that ICE and DHS got last year? I believe he took the money from somewhere to pay TSA. They're supposed to be getting paid this week. Did they get paid on today, chat?
Ensure our TSA workers receive their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president was honored to do. But this moment should be an eye-opening one for the American people. Let's be clear about what is happening. Democrat members of Congress are more than happy to put your safety at risk because they oppose the president's administration and his administration's efforts to enforce our nation's immigration law. Democrats refuse to fund ICE because they want millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into the country just like they were under the Biden administration. They want murderers and...
Chat, did y'all see Zuckerberg's yacht? Have y'all seen Zuckerberg's yacht? The one that has the other damn yacht following it behind, chat? That shit's like the size of a damn high school football stadium, bro. That shit's crazy.
Rapists and thugs to remain in your communities rather than be removed by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The Democrats created this mess. They are the reason for long lines at airports and tens of thousands of employees going without pay. Once again, President Trump is cleaning up their mess because he cares more about the American people than destructive, petty, partisan politics. With that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat, we have Wid Lyman. Thank you for being here. And why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. You as well.
2 questions for you. Thank you. There are some concerns the administration is starting to change its position on deportations, border enforcement, possibly asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are somewhat concerned that the shift has happened?
Sure. Well, while there has, of course, been a change in leadership at the Department of Homeland Security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's cabinet, I can assure the American people there has not been a change in policy. It has always been the policy of this president and this administration to deport the worst.
Oh, another thing too, chat. You know how they got all of the YouTube investigators, chat. So it came out today that they cannot connect that fragment that hit Charlie Kirk to the 30-06 that they allegedly, that they quote unquote found, the murder weapon. Oh, it's Tyler Robinson. Well, now they're saying that the bullet fragments don't match. So what does the FBI do today? Cash Patel comes out like, hey, we're about to investigate Empire. You know, the one, the damn rap label that all the rappers get on and pass away? Yeah, we're about to investigate that, chat. It's kind of crazy. It's just the timing. That's what I say about to everybody. It's the timing. They know that that's going to take up a large majority of the black creators are going to go and cover that. Oh, it's XXXTentacion, it's Mo3, it's Nipsey Hussle, it's PNB Rock. Like, we're going to go see all of that. But it comes out the same day that they say the bullet doesn't match the Charlie Kirk assassination. I'm just saying, Chad, that shit is crazy.
Of the worst illegal alien criminals from our communities. That's something I know Secretary Mullen remains wholeheartedly committed to doing. And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by an illegal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place. And it's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that. And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw a survey over the weekend that I'd like.
So I didn't cover that story, Chad. A couple of you guys came in here and told me about that story, but I'm not really familiar with that story. How many of y'all are familiar with this story of the lady in Chicago? What happened to her?
To bring to all of your attention, this is the media coverage of the case of Sheridan Gorman. You have ABC News has spent 1 minute and 19 seconds between 2 days when this case was first alerted. You have CBS.
Well, I mean, fuck. The world's going this shit, Caroline. I'm sorry, man. Yes, that lady lost her life. It's tragic that she lost her life. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure ABC, CNN, Fox, hell, have some shit to talk about right now, man. I mean, come on, Caroline. The world's going to shit. We have an energy crisis, man. We're sending thousands of our troops over towards the Middle East right now. We have new alliances being formed. Gas is about to cross $4. It's a fucking housing crisis, man. They're trying their best to stop a bank run. I'm just being honest with you, Caroline. It's some shit going on in the world.
2 minutes and 1 second. You have NBC, 23 seconds spent on the life of a young, beautiful American woman whose life was taken short by an illegal alien who should have never been here in the first place, when we are in the middle of a battle on Capitol Hill with a major political party, the Democrat Party, who wants to defund the agency that is responsible for protecting Americans. I think her life was worth more than 23 seconds on cable television, and I think the people in this room have a responsibility to report on cases like this, because it just exemplifies why the president believes so strongly in deporting illegal aliens from our communities. And thank you for the question. Dasha, go ahead.
Caroline, I have 2 questions, one on Iran and one on DHS funding. On Iran, The president has said that the administration is talking to a new and more reasonable regime.
Leland says gas is $5.73 in Portland. Leland, I'm praying for you, man. Five what? What? And they're preparing for $250 a barrel for oil, man. Y'all might be at like $11 out there, man. Fuck, a 30-gallon tank is crazy.
How confident are you that they are legitimate and have enough grip on power? Marco Rubio said earlier that he's not sure and it's not clear whether they will be in power. So are you also talking to other factions? As the president is trying to make a deal, how do you ensure that you're making a deal with the people who can actually implement it?
Well, that's part of the ongoing process that's taking place and the ongoing negotiations of.
Possum says, plug, I'm tired of winning. How about you? I ain't even started winning yet. Possum, I'm waiting on the damn pendulum to swing my way. We can't keep losing, man. Where the is the golden age, big dog? Where's the golden age at? I'm just saying. I'm waiting patiently. We've been waiting year now. Shit was all right. Gas was like $2.25, $2.50, but I didn't think that was the golden age, man. If y'all would have let me know that the shit we were living in with the little $2.25, $2.50 gas, that shit was the golden age, man. If y'all would have let me know that, I would have been like, Chad, we might be in for a long ride, man. Because this shit don't feel like the golden age just yet. And now, I don't know if we ever get there. I don't know if we ever get to the golden age, Chad. I'm just going to be honest with you, man. Supply chain crises and shit going on.
Of course, anything that they say to us privately will be tested, and we will ensure that they are being held.
Man, it feels like the greatest rug pull of all time. I'm just going to be honest with you, Chad. This feels like the greatest rug pull of all time. I think they're about to burn this shit to the ground and run away with the money. Like the Monopoly, man. Take the money and run. They're going to bleed this motherfucker dry. Consolidate all of the wealth, even more so than it is now. And just leave us be. Let us figure the shit out. It's crazy, bro.
Held accountable to their word, and if they are not, the president has laid out the military consequences that the Iranian regime will see if they don't hold true to the words that we are hearing privately behind the scenes. When the president says more reasonable, again, these folks are appearing more reasonable behind the scenes privately in these conversations than perhaps some of the previous leaders who are now no longer on planet Earth because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable to the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed. So again, this is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing, to rid themselves of their nuclear ambitions, and to come to a deal with this president and the administration.
That's the thing, Caroline. Iran said they never wanted the news, still don't want the news. This is what we're witnessing the concessions start to be made. We want them to give up their nuclear ambitions. Well, fuck, they never had them to begin with, according to them. Now Trump's saying that he's willing to end the war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So what the fuck are we doing?
Or again, they will see the grave consequences of the United States Armed Forces, which they are continuing to see every day throughout this operation.
On DHS, how long can the administration keep paying TSA without action from Congress? And not to be hyperbolic, but given the airports were really the pain point that was pushing both sides to talk to each other. I mean, do you see a way for DHS to reopen? Is it possible that this keeps going through the midterms?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, of course, the president just can't keep signing presidential memorandums and proclamations every time Congress fails to do its job, and every time Democrats are holding our entire country hostage, picking and choosing which programs and agencies they want to fund just because they don't like this administration's policies.
Man, listen, you talking about what is the Strait of Hormuz, man, you know what the fuck that is. I'm a little country. And then you say everyone's on Iran's side, you stand for America. I do too, but we got to get some shit together, man. The fuck do you mean? How? If you stand for America, you got to see that something has to fucking happen. Right now, they're talking about Iran give up their nuclear ambitions. Iran saying that they don't fucking have them. They're saying they're not giving up the centrifuges. So I said, well, hell, maybe if we control the Strait of Hormuz with this energy crisis going on, some shit would be, you know, then we get Trump coming out today like, fuck it, I'll just end the war without opening the Strait of Hormuz. We get Hegseth coming out talking about greater North America and shit, man. This is consolidation, man. Now we're talking, Rubio's talking about NATO's not a good ally and shit. Denmark was talking about blowing up the damn runway so the planes couldn't land. Y'all not see where this shit is going, man? We get our ass whooped in a run. They send us home, man. Greenland is next. Greenland's not off the fucking table. Cuba is not off the fucking table, man. Somebody's gonna have to get a win around here. I hate to say it. You could say plug, that's fucked up and shit. It is, but that's what I believe is gonna go on. Shit is fucking crazy.
That's not how it's supposed to work. They voted 7 times against funding DHS over partisan and political reasons. And so, again, the president has stepped in to do the right thing at this moment in time, but the president is also encouraging Congress to come back to Washington to permanently fix this problem and to fund and
yeah, and then Canada, you see Canada, 98% of them didn't turn in their guns. They got to turn in the guns over there in Canada. Only 2.5% turned in the damn guns. So now what's going to happen in Canada when they start going door to door asking for people's guns? What do y'all think's going to happen, Chad? I don't know. Never been to Canada.
and reopened the Department of Homeland Security entirely.
Caroline.
Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions, one on TSA, one on Iran. On TSA, for ordinary Americans watching the briefing, how long until everything goes back to normal at airports after the president's action? And then on Iran, on the time frame, President Trump initially said about 4 weeks. Secretary of State Rubio on Friday reportedly said it might be another 2 to 4. Is 2 to 4 the current ballpark that the administration is thinking?
With respect to the timeline, again, the President, Commander-in-Chief, the Pentagon has always stated 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline for Operation Epic Fury. We're on day 30 today. So again, you do the math on how much longer the Pentagon needs to fully achieve the objectives of Operation Epic Fury, which I will reiterate: destroy the Iranian Navy, destroy their ballistic missiles, dismantle their missile and drone production infrastructure, significantly weaken their proxies throughout the course of this operation, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. And
we got, hold on, who was that? Jeff says, you are making some crazy statements. I'm saying what the fuck they're telling us. I'm watching this shit every night like y'all. I'm making crazy claims. They're making crazy claims. Trump said we need Greenland. We need to own it. Trump said Cuba's next. He went and kidnapped Maduro while he was laid the fuck up. I'm making crazy statements. They're making crazy statements. How old am I? I'm in my early 30s. Shit. I'm not saying this shit, they saying this shit.
Your first question, Stephen, about TSA and airports, nothing will be truly normal again until Democrats do the right thing to fund this agency fully. Again, the president has stepped in the meantime to do what's right to end this crisis that we've had at air travel and at airports across the country in the meantime. But again, Congress needs to come back. Democrats need to fund the Department of Homeland Security so we can formally and fully get these great employees paid long into the future.
Caroline.
Jonathan.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions regarding the financial costs of the war. Back during the Persian Gulf War, 1990, 1991, Arab countries.
Man, listen, you said you can't blame Trump with the Republicans in attendance. Listen, we can blame all of them. This is where I get to the take the fucking money and run. This is what's going on right now. We're sold the fuck out. We're sold out to... man, I'm trying to watch my words. We're sold out. We're sold out to the defense contractors. We're sold out to the technocrats. We're sold the fuck out, man. This is the time to exit stage left. Take the money and run. The casino is about to close. What the fuck do we not realize here?
paid for the vast majority of the cost of the war. Kuwait,
Thank you,
Saudi
Essence.
Arabia, the UAE. Who's paying for the cost of this war? Will those Arab countries step up to do just that?
Well, I think it's something the president would be quite interested in calling them to do. I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has and something that I think you'll hear more from him on.
And then secondly, the cost of diesel is averaging at $5.38 a gallon right now. What's the message from the Trump administration to truck drivers who are dealing with those high fuel costs right now?
Again, we understand, we hear you, we see you. We are fully tracking this short-term fluctuation in oil and in diesel prices, and that's why the president and the administration.
See, this is what we're not putting into perspective. We have an energy crisis going on. The world's largest producer of generic drugs, pharmaceuticals, was just blown the fuck up. Secondary explosions and everything, chat. This is life-saving medication people need. A lot of countries, entire countries cannot afford name brand prescriptions. Their entire citizenship relies off of generic prescriptions. And they just blew that motherfucker up. 90% of the generic drugs in the world comes from here. We're about to have a prescription medication crisis on top of an energy crisis on top of a food crisis. It's fucked up right now. I don't get it. I don't know.
Administration have continually announced robust actions to provide stability in the global energy market. As you know, political risk insurance, one of those actions, allowing countries to purchase sanctioned oil just to increase the supply. In the meantime, we've worked to release 400 billion barrels of oil and refined products as well. We issued the 60-day Jones Act waiver. All of this has, with the goal of increasing supply to create stabilization in the market. In the meantime, but the overall message, as we've repeatedly stated, is again, these are short-term actions and short-term price fluctuations for the long-term benefit of ending the threat that Iran poses to the United States of America, our troops, and our allies in the region, and ensuring that this regime can no longer control the world's free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz.
She said all of that for Trump to come out tonight and say, fuck it, I end the war without opening the strait. Crazy. Excuse me, chat. But yes, Shell, that happened today. This is what's going on. Iran bombed Tel Aviv's Teva pharmaceutical factory, the largest generic drug manufacturer on earth. Chemical leaks. Secondary explosions, factories burning. Iran knocked off an Israeli power plant completely offline. Iran carried out 27 strikes on the Negev with 0 visible air defense activations. Hafia Port Oil Refinery struck. Stock collapsed 4% within hours. U.S. bases hit simultaneously in Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. Shit is crazy, bro. 90% of the generic the generic medications in the world. 90%, chat. We do got to hit that like goal, though, chat. Everybody double tap the screen, go to the top and hit the like button. Let's hit that next like goal, man. Let's hit that next like goal. That shit is crazy.
Which is something the administration continues to tackle day by day as well.
Jennifer. Just 2 questions. Which Jennifer?
I'll go to both of them.
Go ahead. So 2 questions. One on China and one on Iran. On China, ahead of the president's trip to Beijing, will there be a working level meeting with Secretary Bessent, Jameson Greer, et cetera? And when will that be?
I do.
What are you talking about, Watergate? Watergate was when they... Hold on, let me see what y'all talking about. Oh, yeah, talking about we didn't let Nixon get away with that shit? Yeah, that got Nixon the hell up out of there.
Do expect cabinet officials to travel to China ahead of time. I don't have a readout on their schedules for you, but this is something we typically do with international travel, as you know. So I'll talk to the Treasury Department and the cabinet myself, and we'll get you that answer. But we do expect them to move ahead of time.
Okay, and thank you. And on Iran, if Iran is kind of cherry picking what tankers get to go through the Strait now and contemplating big tolls on those tankers, is that consistent, or how is that consistent really with the president's message about really wanting the Strait to be fully open? Does the administration support a regime or system where Iran is effectively charging tolls on these vessels to access?
That's not something we support, and I would reject that they are cherry picking. In fact, as you know, these tankers that are moving through, the 10 that were previously announced and now the new 20, the announcement of 20 additional tankers, which we expect to see over the coming days, are a result of the direct and indirect talks that are taking place between the United States and Iran. So you wouldn't have seen those tankers if not for the president's diplomacy and his team engaging on this matter, which we expect that compliance moving forward. And it's, again, something that we're working on very closely. Sure. And behind the tape in the back right there, you put up your hand very excitingly. Go ahead.
Hannah from News Nation. Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I have two for you real quick. There are reports that Republicans are weighing cuts to health care in order to make way for that $200 billion for the Pentagon and Operation Epic Fury. Is that a trade-off that President Trump supports?
Oh, yeah. Don't lie, Caroline. We want to know.
I've seen these reports. I haven't spoken to the president about it, nor have I heard this being discussed in any high-level meetings here at the White House. I don't want to weigh in definitively because I just haven't heard that being discussed here in the West Wing.
And then secondly, I know President Trump says we're ahead of schedule in achieving his military objectives in Iran. He laid out that 4 to 6 week timetable for this conflict, and we're now within week 5. So how do you square kind of those two?
Well, 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline. Again, you just said we're on day 30 of the operation. I just provided you with some of the updates from the Pentagon directly in achieving the objectives, and the military has been enormously successful. I think we should all be very proud of our armed forces for what they have done over the past 30 days. The mission will continue until the objectives are achieved, and that 4 to 6 week timeline does remain right now. I don't have any updates for you on that.
Like others, one on TSA, one on Iran. On Iran, I know it's tough to engage in hypotheticals, but I feel like this is one that you could engage in if the president does seek.
Probably not.
If the president does seek, or the United States seeks a ground war, does he intend to get congressional authorization of that march?
Look, the president has been asked about boots on the ground or alleged ground operations various times. He's obviously declined to rule them out. It's the Pentagon's job to provide maximum optionality to the president. It does not mean he's made a decision, nor would he ever notify the media of such decision as not to tip off our enemy. With respect to abiding by Congress and the rule of law, that's something the administration will, of course, always do, and it's something that we have great respect for Congress. The president does with military operations. In fact, prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury, as you know, the administration gave a courtesy notice to Congress in the Gang of Eight, and top-level administration officials and cabinet secretaries have gone to Congress multiple times over the past 30 days to provide those courtesy briefings to Congress when requested.
TSA quickly, I've been asked by multiple Trump supporters that have said, given the fact that the president on that Friday gave that memorandum informing DHS to pay TSA workers, I know there's a lot of negotiations involved in a shutdown of this size. Why did the president not sooner issue that payment to TSA workers?
Well, it's because of the Democrats voting 7 times against reopening the Department of Homeland Security that we came to a place of an existential crisis. I mean, you saw the lines.
Hey, chat. Everyone double tap the screen right now, man. We're 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. We smashed past 100 likes before the first hour. Thank you, chat. Let's get to 200 likes, man. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal.
At various major airports across the country, American travelers really paying the price for Democrats' partisan games. And so the president worked with his legal team here at the White House and the Office of Management and Budget to find a solution to take care of the emergency that we were seeing in air travel across the country. And it's because of the president that TSA agents are being paid. But again, he's calling on Congress to do the right thing, to come back to Washington, and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security fully. Sure.
Hi, Lindsay Ellis from the Wall Street Journal. I'm trying to square the 4 objectives laid out by the administration with the goal of reopening fully the Strait of Hormuz. Would President Trump declare victory and wind down military operations if the 4 objectives are met, but still passage remains quite slow?
You saying only boots will be special ops, locating and destroying the centrifuges. Well, who the hell are all of these kids that I'm seeing crying with their parents because they about to get deployed? I mean, they look fresh. I'm talking about look like babies still, man. Who are they? They made special forces already. I'm saying dudes like 18, 19 getting deployment orders. What do you mean? They on their way.
Flow through the strait.
Look, as I've said repeatedly and as the president has laid out, the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: destroying the Iranian Navy, destroying their ballistic missiles, dismantling their defense industrial infrastructure that produces those weapons that have long threatened the United States and our allies, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. The full reopening of the strait is something the administration is working towards, but the core objectives of the operation have been clearly defined for the American people by the Commander-in-Chief.
The President posted this morning about, his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might blow it.
You said, Plug, what did they join the military for? Joining the military, yes, is to protect and serve, but just because we're all human here, we can't actually say what they joined. Some people probably join the military to get free schooling. Some people probably join to get benefits. Some people probably join to get a zero-down home loan because homes are so unaffordable. I mean, yes, we know protecting the country comes with it, but a lot of people said, what? Trump has the recruitment numbers up. Why did Trump have the recruitment numbers up so high? He promised no new wars. I mean, that's a big reason a lot of people signed up, was the promise of no new wars.
Up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount?
What do you mean not a war? Trump just said it was a war, so now it's not a war. Now it's not a war. It's crazy. Y'all want to believe Trump until he tell the fucking truth. When Trump comes out and tells the fucking truth and he says some shit like, oh, we can't call it a war. We can't call it a war. I didn't get congressional approval, so I can't call it a war, but what the fuck is that? That means it's a war. He just can't call it that. But now you want to come in here and say it's not a war. But we supposed to listen to Trump, right? According to Trump, this shit's a war. He just can't call it that. Pick what you want to believe, man. I don't give a damn. That's y'all opinion.
Out to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military, and how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their best move is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities.
You said it's not a war, it's freedom? It's freedom? Well, let's just go back to all of the countries we have freed, man. Y'all tell me a country that we have freed that's just doing better, that's just doing wonderful. Where the fuck have we went and issued our freedom and the shit just got better? Since I've been alive, at least, since I'm in my early 30s, man. Where the fuck have we touched down and offered some freedom and the shit just got better?
Beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use them. That's not what I said, Garrett. And you're saying the word potential for a reason, because I'm sure some experts are telling you that in your ear to try to ask me that question. Of course, this administration and the United States Armed Forces will always act within the confines of the law. But with respect to achieving the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump is going to move forward.
Y'all, free Venezuela. How the fuck is Venezuela free, man? It's the same damn regime. They just put somebody from the same regime in there. What are you talking about? Free to run from who? I mean, free Venezuela from who? It's the same fucking regime in there. What you talking about? Japan, I wasn't alive for that Japan shit. North Korea, man, Kim Jong-un got them folks over there fucked up. This shit is crazy.
Unabated, and he expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
To that end, which of those objectives would destroying a desalinization plant most help?
Haley, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to follow up on Iran. When you're describing that the Iranians you're in contact with are being more reasonable this time around in discussions, what specifically are you hearing that is leading you to that conclusion, and how are you defining what's reasonable versus unreasonable in that regard?
I'm not going to detail the private and sensitive conversations that are taking place between the United States and Iran right now.
But generally speaking?
Generally speaking, the president gave you the answer. What we're hearing from them is more reasonable. They have agreed to some of the points the United States laid out, as the president said last night aboard air.
Hey, listen, chat, we got us one. I am serious, said this dude, young, mighty, and in his 30s. Wow. You watching me. So what the fuck does that say about you? I mean, you watching me, and you watch me more than once, because I see your name in the fucking chat. So what does that say about you?
Air Force One, but again, as for the specifics, as these negotiations are ongoing, we're not going to broadcast them to the world unless the president chooses to do so, which he has the full right to do as the leader of the free world.
Caroline. On Cuba, the president threatened to tariff any country that would send oil to Cuba, but now the U.S. is letting this Russian tanker to Cuba. Is this a policy change, or is he willing to let more tankers into Cuba now?
This is not a policy change. There has not been a formal change in sanction policy. As the president said last night, we allowed this ship to reach Cuba in order to provide humanitarian needs to the Cuban people. These decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis. And as the administration has said, Cuba's non-functional economy cannot be fixed unless they undergo dramatic political and leadership change. But there has been no formal change with respect to sanction policy.
So you could expect more tankers to go to Cuba?
Again, these decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis right now.
Thanks, Caroline. You addressed this a little bit in the opening, but just to follow up, because Americans are sort of seeing these conflicting messages between the United States and Iran. I know the president insists that negotiations are underway. As you just mentioned, he's also said that Iran has agreed to most of the 15 points. We just heard from Iran again. They're saying no negotiations are taking place. They're calling the proposal excessive, unrealistic. So how do you square that? What
So yeah, Chad, I don't ever say that I'm right about everything. These are my thoughts, my opinions, and my analyzing what's going on. If you have different opinions, hey, albeit, drop your opinions in the chat. Just don't be disrespectful towards me, because I'm not being disrespectful towards you guys. When you get disrespectful towards me, I have fun. You know, I cuss your ass out, kick you out, block you, let everybody wave you goodbye, tell you you're not going to get no snacks, and I hope you stump your toe in the morning. I mean, I'm just saying.
How do you explain that discrepancy between the two?
I think the American people are smart enough not to take the word of a terrorist regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years at their word. And I hope the journalists in this room are wise enough not to take an Iranian regime that has repeatedly lied about our country, about our values, about everyone in this room, frankly, for nearly 5 decades. So I think the American public are smart enough to understand that.
And just to follow up on the objectives, you've laid them out, but I know the president has set a deadline for April 6th in just 1 week. What does the president need to see to not move forward with those strikes by April 6th?
Well, I think he said it in his Truth Social post this morning.
You said, do I think they call America a terrorist regime? Yes, because life is all about perspective, chat. If we grew up somewhere over there in the Middle East and we heard all of these things, and then we look out and we see buildings and rubbish and rubble and shit, yes, we would probably think that. Just like as Americans, we go back to 9/11 and we remember 9/11, the country banded together, depending on, you know, it's just how it works. So yes, I do believe they think that we're terrorists. What's up, Big Cat? You said Plug being a dictator. Yeah, when I'm on the single live, I'm on some dictator shit, man. When we get on the panels, that's when we have a little diplomacy. You know what I'm saying? We can be a democracy on the panel, you know. But shit, hey, when I'm here and it's just me and the damn clips and my voice in the chat, man, hey, man, we'll get you the fuck up out of here, man.
Wants to see a deal over the next 10 days. That timeline is waning, several days left, and we'll see. I won't get ahead of it. We'll see what happens in the end of the 10-day period.
Caroline, thank you. One on Iran, one on the shutdown. The president continues to say the U.S. is in conversations with a more reasonable regime. But there are now hundreds of U.S. Special Operations Forces, including Navy SEALs and Army Rangers in the Middle East, as well as thousands of other troops already deployed. So is he trying to end or intensify the conflict?
The president is focused on achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury with...
See, this is what I'm saying right here, right? It's somebody like this. Your thinking is foolish and ignorant. Irene has to be stopped and will be stopped. Ask what gives you the freedom to play your stupid little podcast. Now, you in here watching this stupid little podcast, so sit your stupid little ass down and let me tell you this. Iran has to be stopped, but we have no better path forward. Trump's already talking about ending the war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is saying that they never had nuclear ambitions. Iran is still not going to give up the centrifuges. Iran still is making boatloads of fucking money and will still make boatloads of fucking money after America leaves. So are we going to be right back here in 2.5 more months talking about this shit? The fuck do you mean? I'm sitting here saying, what's the solution? When I see the president saying that we might leave without reopening the Strait of Hormuz, that means it's still gonna be a fucking energy crisis. People are still gonna die. When I see that the largest generic manufacturer of pharmaceuticals is blown to smithereens, I think a lot of people are about to fucking die. What are you talking about, man? Some shit that might happen, could happen, would happen. We not knocking on Kim Jong-un's door. He's testing shit every fucking day trying to reach America. He's telling the world, hey, I'm testing some shit to try to blow America up. Nobody's saying a word. Nobody. Nobody give a fuck. We need to be knocking on his fucking door, if anything.
Respect to forces that are on the ground in the Middle East, it's the job of the Pentagon to create maximum optionality for the commander-in-chief. It does not mean the president has made any additional decisions. Again, he remains focused on ensuring that the Pentagon continues to achieve the objectives of the operation that was launched 30 days ago, and we're well on our way to doing that.
So if an American sitting at home hearing him say, I want to talk, but I keep seeing them send troops to that region, what are they to make of what's going on?
There's two tracks here. The president has always said that diplomacy is his #1 option and priority. Again, he tried earnestly, in good faith, to engage in diplomacy with the Iranian regime prior to this operation being launched in the first place. He wanted to strike a deal, and he sent his top negotiators to do so. They spent extensive amount of time and effort trying to strike a deal, and unfortunately, the previous regime, again, many of those leaders no longer with us here on Earth because they faced the consequences of the United States military. So if there's ever a chance for a deal, again, the president is open to listening, but it does not deter him from focusing on the military objectives that he set out 30 days ago and that our military is continuing to achieve day by day.
On the shutdown, he signed the national emergency order last Thursday, making sure TSA officers will be paid. There's still other civilian DA.
What I'm saying is this, chat. We can blow a run to fucking smithereens, man. But does that mean that we're gonna get the centrifuges? No, not necessarily. Does that mean Trump already said he's willing to end the conflict without opening the strait? So if those two objectives are not completed, what do we do? We blew up a bunch of shit. Yes, we destroyed their military, destroyed their Navy, destroyed their Air Force, what they had of it. But what do we really do? Fucked up a bunch of people living conditions, situations and shit for sure. I don't know, bro.
HS employees, however, who are not being paid.
Yes.
He signed something similar to ensure they also get paid?
Look, the president will always look into ways that we can make sure that the American people are being taken care of and doing what's right by the American people. But again, it's ridiculous that the president even has to go to the length of working with the legal team and the Office of Management and Budget to identify these funds. It is the job of Congress to fund these agencies. And Democrats in Congress have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security. Congress should come back and they should get it done.
Yeah, they want the enriched uranium, but they want the centrifuges as well. They need to, in order to stop Iran from having nuclear ambitions, they need all that shit. They need the centrifuges, they need the enriched uranium, they need all that shit. And now the UAE and the Gulf states are saying they don't want Iran to even have the ability to hit them. They want Iran to be basically demilitarized, man. No fucking missiles, none of that. No rockets, no missiles, none of that shit. That's what they want.
The president again made the decision to prevent this existential crisis we were seeing at our nation's airports across the country that was only going to get worse, and that's why he wants Congress to do his job.
Thank you, Caroline. Since you mentioned,
I'll go to you as well.
You're welcome. Since you mentioned Easter and prayers, I wanted to ask you about something the Pope said yesterday. So Pope Leo said yesterday, and I quote him, "God does not listen to the prayer of those who wage war." Can you comment on that?
I think our nation was a nation.
Chat, we're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Everybody double tap the screen and hit the like button at the top. Let's get to that next like goal before we hit the next hour.
Nation founded 250 years ago almost on Judeo-Christian values, and we've seen presidents, we've seen the leaders.
But that's the thing, man, like,
of the Department of War, and we've seen our troops go to prayer during the most turbulent times in our nation's history. And I don't think there's anything wrong with our military leaders or with the president calling on the American people to pray for our service members and those who are serving our country overseas. In fact, I think it's a very noble thing to do. And if you talk to many service members, they will tell you they appreciate the prayers and support from the Commander-in-Chief and from his cabinet.
Caroline, thank you. President Trump told the New York Post that a response is coming shortly to Tehran attacking Israel's largest oil refinery. Is there a timeline on that? Is that tied to the success or not of the negotiations?
I don't have any updates for you on the president's comments.
Still consider the IRGC in control of Iran?
Well, look, as Secretary Rubio said today, the leadership is very fragmented. We have really neutered their intercommunication systems, and that's part of this process of diplomacy to continue figuring out exactly who's in charge. I know they appointed a new Ayatollah, haven't seen or heard much from him, and so that's part of this diplomatic process that's underway right now. I'll take a few more. Solon.
Thank you. You listed the described humanitarian reasons for allowing that oil tanker to reach Cuba. Just to clarify, why was the administration okay with Russia sending that oil?
You said, why does this position even exist? I think we need a White House press secretary. I think the White House press secretary is a very needed position, in my opinion.
To Cuba and not other nations.
Look, again, this was a decision. It'll continue to be made on a case.
Because every president's not going to be like Trump and just get up there and talk 4 or 5 times a week for a few hours. You know, every president's not like that. So right now, it might seem like we don't need a White House press secretary. That's just because Trump runs his mouth a lot. Like, he gets in front of that camera and just starts talking. But most of the time, the president doesn't talk that much, so the press secretary would be more prevalent.
Case-by-case basis for humanitarian reasons or otherwise, but there's been no firm change in our sanctions policy.
President Sheinbaum of Mexico also said that Mexico
said any updates on Gaza, man, it's not looking good. It's still a parking lot, man. I mean, shit. I'm sorry, man. I can give you a little more detailed report if I look it up, but man, Gaza's toast, man. It's toast, man. It's all bad over there.
Was exploring different ways to restart some of those shipments to Cuba. Is the administration okay with that at this time?
Again, there's been no change in our sanction policy. We still reserve the right to seize vessels if it's legally applicable that are headed towards Cuba and that violate the United States sanction policy. But of course, the president and the administration also reserve the right to waive those seizures on a case-by-case basis.
And to clarify, just any more Russian oil tankers going to be allowed to reach Cuba at this time?
Again,
I know you say case-by-case, but for the case of Russia, is it pretty much green light right now?
No, that's not what I said. It's a case-by-case basis. Sure, Jeff, go ahead.
Switching topics, the president has always attended CPAC. He did not this year. Why did he not attend, and does he believe CPAC is becoming less relevant?
No, I don't think he believes that at all. In fact, he loves CPAC and has a very good relationship with the great people who run it, Mercedes and Matt Schlapp. It was just simply for scheduling purposes this year, with it being in Texas. It was best for the president's schedule and what he has on his plate right now not to go.
Carolina.
Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. If and when
Michael.
a deal is finalized with Iran, how does the U.S. provide protection to who it's negotiating with to ensure that they can carry out the president's peace plan?
Again, that's something I'm sure our national security team is discussing. I don't have anything for you on that today.
The ballroom. Thank you. Can you tell us more about this massive military complex underneath the president's new ballroom?
I cannot tell you more about that, actually, as a matter of fact. However, the military is making some upgrades to their facilities here at the White House, and I'm not privy to provide any more details on that at this time. Caroline, go ahead. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Question on the Middle East and then a question on Antifa. Netanyahu said Sunday that Cardinal Pizzaballa will be able to hold services for Palm Sunday in the Church of Holy Sepulchre after he was initially blocked by Israeli police. Did anyone from the administration or the president call over to Israeli officials to assist the cardinal in this?
Yes, I did speak with Secretary Rubio this morning, and we did express our concerns with Israel with respect to these holy sites being shut down. We want worshipers to be able to access these holy sites. Of course, safety is a top priority, but we understand Israel is working on those security measures to reopen the sites throughout Holy Week, and that's something that we're appreciative of.
Antifa.
Sure.
In Texas, 9 people have been convicted by a federal jury on domestic terrorist charges connected to Antifa. The White House has previously indicated that you guys are investigating Antifa, who's funding them, who's leading them. Can you provide an update on how that investigation is going, and do you think we're going to see more charges against people connected to Antifa?
Well, I do know that there was an entire task force that was set up, an interagency task force, to focus on the threat of Antifa, which, as you know, Reagan, this president declared a domestic terrorist organization, rightfully, and we will continue to look into it. I don't have any updates on those specific investigations, but I'd be happy to have my team get those over to you today, as this continues to be of the utmost importance to the president and his domestic policy agenda.
Caroline, JJ. On one question on landmines, there's been some reporting that American-made landmines have been spotted on the ground in Iran. Did President Trump sign off on using U.S.-made landmines in Iran?
I don't have any comment on that report today.
Here we go.
Caroline, whether they're being used at all?
I don't have any comment on that.
Karen.
On DHS, you said that the president is encouraging Congress to come back to D.C. You also
Yes.
said yourself. How has he done that? Has he told leadership that they should cancel recess and come back?
He said it repeatedly. I think you recall, he said that he'll host a big Easter dinner here at the White House if Congress will come back and fight the Democrats on this issue, which we should do, because again, the Democrat Party is in the wrong.
I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I feel like a Easter dinner at the White House would not have a liquor seasoning in that month. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. I'm just gonna. They probably have some really high quality food. It just probably won't taste like a damn thing, Chad. Everybody hit the like button. We're almost at 200 likes. We're gonna get into this viral interview with the rabbi next. Called Netanyahu Amalek. Man, we're gonna get into that. I believe it's going viral. It's like at 1 million views already on YouTube in the last day. But yeah, I don't think that White House food would have any seasoning on it.
Here, they have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security, which is completely egregious with everything we have going on in the world. And these brave men and women who serve DHS deserve to get their paychecks. The president wants to see that happen, and he wants Congress to come back to get it done.
On the paychecks, Caroline.
Thank you.
All right, that's the end of that. All right, Chad, we're gonna get into this this rabbi, man. Let's see what this rabbi is talking about.
According to the Torah, the state of Israel have no right to exist. But they come so nicely and arrest you, that's all. No, they're coming and they beat people on the head everywhere. It's you can see that only in the social media because the mainstream media don't show that.
So you're saying Netanyahu is Amalek?
Netanyahu, I didn't have to say it. This is the fact. Amalek means people who uproot people from God. especially the Jewish people, uproot from God. This is the job of Netanyahu do. And exactly, he is the Amalek. No difference what the price of that is. If the price of that is killing 100 million people, they will do that.
100 million people?
Everything what the price is to wipe up Jordan, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, wipe them completely up.
They could drop a nuclear bomb on Iran if they wanted to. Do you think if it comes to that, they would?
I think yes, 100%. There's a Jewish hospital in Iran, funded completely by the government. Why you don't see that in the news? They just say the Iranian anti-Semites, they're Nazis.
I'm going to clap first, and then I'm going to look there, and then I'm going to say, welcome Rabbi Ilan back, and then we'll start talking.
I have to speak to you, not to the camera.
Speak to me, yeah. Is it in? I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. Hi, good day. Welcome to another episode of Unapologetic. I'm your host, Ishwa Kareem, and I'm really happy today to welcome back to the show for the first time, I think, in about 18 months, Rabbi Ilan Beck. Rabbi, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you.
Rabbi, you last spoke to me, I think it was May or April 2024. You may not remember the date, but I know you remember sitting here and speaking with me.
I don't know who this rabbi is, chat. If you know who this rabbi is, let me know down in the comments, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Let's get to the next like goal. We're also 27 subscribers away from 45,200. Let's get to 45,200 right quick, chat.
And at the time, Israel had already killed about 40 or 45,000 Palestinians in Gaza. It had reduced a lot of Gaza. But since then, Israel has probably destroyed a lot more in Gaza. The official death toll now is 75,000. Truth is, it's probably much higher because there's many people under the rubble. There's many people unaccounted for. 90% of the buildings in Gaza are destroyed. Israel are also through settlers and with the backing of the state.
Jason asked a good question. Do you think there's a way for a military to be disabled without using nukes as trying not to unalive all civilians? Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jason. Just because you drop a nuke doesn't mean that military capabilities are all disabled. Honestly, you have to probably nuke the shit out of something. I'm just gonna be honest. Just because you drop a nuke doesn't mean that it's not already finna be going on.
Committing a pogrom in the West Bank. There's no other word for it. It's a pogrom. On a daily basis, Palestinian kids are smacked by settlers or beaten up by settlers or worse. Homes are confiscated. Increasing settlement, confiscated lands Palestinian lands are being confiscated for increased settler activity. At the same time, now with the war on Iran happening, the US-Israeli-led war on Iran, vast swathes of southern Lebanon have been evacuated. Israel are bombing southern Lebanon with more ferocious intensity than they have even at the height of the war earlier. And of course, they're bombing Iran, which is a very big deal and has the potential. It's already drawn in many other nations.
The reason I know they're bombing the shit out of Lebanon is because I seen that reporter almost get hit with an airstrike, chat. If they'll send an airstrike at a reporter, man, I just know it's looking crazy in Lebanon. I just know it's looking crazy over there, chat.
It has the potential to become a regional war. And again, like in Gaza, when Netanyahu invoked Amalek, again, when he spoke about Iran, he invoked Amalek. Now, I know that you are a rabbi, and I know that you are very angry with Israel's actions and Netanyahu's actions. Just to start off with, what's your response to everything I've just said?
You asked very many things in one question. I will start to begin with one, and then we will come maybe one after one. Firstly, we have to understand that according to the Torah, the state of Israel have no right to exist. Not only they have no right to go.
Yeah, chat. Reporters like that have to be doing it for the love of reporting and like getting information out there, because I promise you, they were not paying that man enough to almost get hit with an airstrike, chat. I promise you, chat. He's not getting paid enough to almost get hit with an airstrike.
To wage wars on other countries like Gaza, Iran, and Lebanon, and so on. So, as you can understand, in today's day, Jewish people have no right to rule the land, even not 1 inch of any land. And, of course, even not in the...
To go report in Lebanon, chat, I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I'm not going to report in Lebanon for nothing less than 1 million, Chad. I gotta get 1 million, Chad. I'm talking about 1 million to show up. If we're talking about like a prolonged campaign, man, Lebanon, South Lebanon, Chad, listen, man, I gotta make sure my kids and shit straight in case I don't come back, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. Lebanon, man, I need 1 million to even start talks.
The Holy Land. The Holy Land in today's day, according to the Torah, it belongs to the Palestinians in full, not a two-state, and not all of this. From the river to the sea should go back.
No, I want more than 1 million. I'm saying I'll entertain $1 million offer. $1 million for Plug to go do some journalism in Lebanon, man. I'll entertain that shit. That might not get the deal done. I'll entertain that shit at 1 million, man. South the Lebanon, man. I just seen this dude almost get hit with an airstrike. Yeah. I gotta get some chicken, man.
Back to the Palestinians in full. Could be the Jewish people can live there under a Palestinian government, like Jewish people living today in Iran.
This channel, chat. This is Middle East Eye and Unapologetic. That's the channel. The name of the interview is Not Just Iran. Rabbi Beck. If you type in Rabbi Beck, Not Just Iran, it should pull up, man. Shout out to this creator, Fair Use.
Even under the war, they have no problem with Jews. They have a problem with occupiers. They have a problem with the genocide. They have no problem with Jews. The same thing we can live as peaceful citizens, even in Palestine. But the whole land, the government should go back to the Palestinians in full. And
you said it's a Pulitzer Prize. Man, Nick Shirley went to Minnesota and got a Pulitzer Prize. Y'all want me to go to South Lebanon? I don't think they're getting 1 million either, Michael. Everybody hit the like button. How much do you think reporters are getting paid to go to Lebanon? How much do you think reporters are getting paid to go to Lebanon? I don't think it's 1 million. And yeah. I don't think it's 1 million. But yeah, Nick Shirley went to Minnesota and got a Pulitzer Prize. That shit's great.
All the Palestinian refugees.
No hate, no shade. It's just that y'all want me to go to Lebanon, but shit, motherfucker went to Minnesota and got his.
Should come back and they should get back their homes in the villages like it was before. This is according to the Torah. And this is even the Zionists took the land freely.
You said, LOL, don't you go anywhere? Hell no. Chat, listen. I have friends in Baltimore and Philadelphia and shit. I tell them all the time, like, I'm not coming over there. The fuck I want to go to Baltimore or Philadelphia for other than seeing some historical shit? If I want to see some shit going on, I can go to Little Rock, man. I can go right to Little Rock or Memphis to see some shit going on. Fuck, I'm going to Baltimore or Philly for no shade. No shade.
Without any wars, without free land. Especially when they're doing that on the head of Palestinian people by killing them and exiling them from the land. And this doubles and triples the crimes much, much more. In the Torah it's written in the 10 Commandments, don't kill, don't steal. This is exactly what the Zion is doing. So, of course, in today's day, according to the Torah, the whole land should go back to the Palestinians in full. Even in Israel, you have hundreds of thousands of anti-Zionist Jews, strong anti-Zionist Jews. They don't serve in the army. Today, as we speak, yes, you have 55,000 of Ayot, but they refuse to go to the army. Our rabbis told them better go to prison and not in this murderous army. Yes, 55,000. But if the police catch them, they put them in jail.
Dorsey, Don Lemon ain't got shit on me, man. I'm just gonna be honest. No shade to Don Lemon, man. He does his thing. He has an excellent career, man. But listen, man, Don Lemon ain't talking his shit like this, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. Don Lemon's not as entertaining as me either, man. Let's just be honest, Chad. All right, no shade, man. It's just the truth.
And you can see that on the social media, in big protests, in Israel himself, in like the Zionists beating them, not like the English police. But they come so nicely and they arrest you, that's all. No, they're coming and they beat people on the head, everywhere. It's you can see that only in the social media because the mainstream media don't show that.
Ryan, you say you in the Philly area? Yeah, I'm not coming over there, Ryan, man. I tell all my people from Philly, hey, you gonna have to meet me somewhere, man. We gonna have to meet in a mutual spot, man. I ain't coming over there, man. Or Baltimore, man. It's just too much going on, Chad. Like, I got PTSD a little bit, man. I lived in the streets. I did, you know, hey, man, I don't need to be everywhere.
There are many people that didn't take any benefits of the country.
I didn't literally live in the streets. Let me say I ran the streets. Let me rephrase that. I ran the streets.
Of Israel, like here it's called universal credit or so on. They didn't take. I have my cousin. He's called Rabbi Kraus. He lives in Israel and they have a big family, grandchildren, grandchildren. He didn't say for the country. He didn't want the. It's called the bituach.
Listen, chat, are y'all trying to troll me tonight? We got Plug Lemons going in the chat. We got people saying Plug should become a rabbi. Man, what the hell is going on tonight, man? Why y'all on my bumper tonight, chat? This is going to be one of them nights y'all on my bumper, man. Everybody hit the like button in chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Man, they calling me Plug Lemons, saying I need to be a rabbi, man. Y'all wildin', bruh. Wildin'.
Gloomy, I think it's like a universal credit. He get every month a check. He make a big party, all the children, the grandchildren, he take the check, tear it in two, to show these are enemies. I don't want the money. Every month, they do that every month. There are many people, but they refuse to go to the army, and they don't take any benefits, and they don't participate in votes.
Then we got somebody in here like Little Royal talking about I took a mean dump right now. Everybody tell Royal have a good night because you didn't even tell us you wiped your ass and nothing. You just, I took a mean dump right now and picked up your phone and wanted to tell us about that shit. You're nasty, Royal. You're nasty and you have a fetish. Get the hell out. The fuck is wrong with Royal, y'all? I think that was a woman too.
But this is in Israel. There are hundreds of thousands. But outside Israel, people look like me. Most of them are against the state of Israel.
Just coming back, because you said a few interesting things there. Tell us and tell the audience, just what is the story of Amalek?
Amalek is not really a person. It is a person, but what means it's not really a person? Amalek is a concept. Amalek describes the people who uproot people away from God. At that.
Okay, there you go, chat. Y'all was asking, is Amalek the devil? Is Amalek Satan? He explained it in his context. What he's meaning for the rest of this interview is this. Here goes the definition. Everybody hit the like button, chat.
Outside Israel, people look like me.
Talking about you get a plug,
most of them are
Hebrew
against
plug. Now it's Hebrew plug. Now it's plug one of the original Israelites. Now they talking about I need to help improve the birth rate. Just give out plugs everywhere. Oh my gosh, chat. Y'all on one tonight, man. Y'all cutting up, man. Put the kids up, chat. It's Plug After Dark, man. Put them kids up, man. Everybody double tap the screen, shut a live out. If you having a good time here tonight, put good time, man. Y'all cutting up, man.
Just coming back, because you said a few interesting things there. Tell us and tell the audience, just what is the story of Amalek?
Amalek is not really a person. It is a person, but what means it's not really a person? Amalek is a concept. Amalek describes the people who uproot people away from God. At that time, for 3,500 years ago, when Jewish people got out from, when God took us out from Egypt, then the whole world has so in believing God.
I'm smoking a cigar, Jeb.
And saw the big power of God. And everybody was afraid. And there was, there is a God in the world. He runs the world. Then, at that time, it comes some nation, it calls Amalek. And shown for the world, no, we don't have to fear God. We can do whatever we want. Since then, Amalek is the symbol of people who uproot people from God. In today's day, we cannot point any specific nation to say, this is Amalek, or this is Amalek, or this is Amalek. Amalek today is a concept. a concept of the people who uproot people away from God. Now, you don't have to come now to my answer. You have the answer yourself. Who uprooting people away from God in today's day? Not the Palestinians, not Iran. Iran is a God-fearing people. They're serving God. Who uprooting God? The right people who are uprooting God is Netanyahu or the whole Zionist. They uproot. Today are 18 million Jews. 16 of them, they're secular. They don't believe in God. Whose job is that? This is the job of the Zionists in the last 140 years since they started the movement of Zionism. They uproot people from God constantly.
So you're saying Netanyahu is Amalek?
Netanyahu, I didn't have to say it. This is the fact. Amalek means people who uproot people from God. Especially the Jewish people uproot from God. This is the job of Netanyahu do. And exactly, he is the Amalek. But I didn't have to say it. This is just the fact. I bring out the fact on the table. But I say that with the full mouth. And I have no problem to say that. He is the right Amalek. Who gives him the right to say who is Amalek, who's not? Of course, everybody who is his enemy will say he is Amalek. I can say for you, I can say for everybody. I mean, you have to understand what it means, Amalek. Now, I will come to another point. For 100 years ago, one of our greatest...
You need to put that shit down, Nick. Nick says, I'm smoking Nepalese temple ball hash grown high in the mountains of Nepal by Buddhist monks. Buddha is coming. Put that shit down, Nick. That shit too strong for you, Nick. You might not come back, man. Put that shit out, man.
Rabbis at that time, before the State of Israel, but after the Zionist movement begins. Yes, 40 years after the Zionist movement begins. One of our greatest rabbis' name was the Chofetz Chaim. The books of the Chofetz Chaim you have in every single synagogue throughout the world. You will not find even one synagogue without his books. He was very famous, one of the biggest rabbis. He said that very clearly, that the Zionists are Amalek in today's day.
And he said this when?
100 years ago.
100 years ago.
Before the creation still of the state.
Okay.
When Zionism was a movement in the try with many things to bring up people to Israel to become a majority there.
So this is the thing though, right? Aren't the rabbis there for debate? Right? Isn't that like, aren't the rabbis supposed to be like master debaters, right? So wouldn't this guy be right up the alley, like debating, you know, seeing what's going on? I'm asking, Chad.
And they're working very hard to bring up people from Russia, from Poland, from Hungary, from Ukraine, from all these countries to become a majority at that time, for 100 years ago, to become a majority in the Holy Land. He said that...
A master debater. Shut the hell up, Samoran. Shut up, Samoran. I can't say nothing, Chad. Nothing, Chad. Diddy got the world fucked up right now. I can't say nothing.
At that time, that they are the Amalek. Again, his name was the Chofetz Chaim. And the reference of that is in the book of Ikrisa de Meshicha, it calls. And one of our greatest followers, his name was, like my name, Rabbi Elhanan Wasserman. Also, then he was died in the Holocaust, unfortunately. I mean, he was killed in the Holocaust, Rabbi Wasserman. And he wrote it in his book, Ikrisa de Meshicha. The words of his rabbi, the Chofetz Chaim, said that the Zionists are the real Amaleks in today. So, firstly, who is Netanyahu to say?
Right, you said rabbi means teacher, not debater. But when he was talking about the 15 million, I believe he's talking about like in the Talmud. And when you go into the Talmud and the Mishnah, it is a book of debates. And a lot of these debates were with God, right? So when you're a teacher, you know, you say rabbi means teacher, but I'm saying like not what it directly means, but like what do they do? Like, do modern days rabbi debate? Because when I was doing my research, like I said, on the Talmud and the Mishnah, it's a book of debates, right? So do modern day rabbis debate?
Hey, who is Amalek? I mean, everybody can say. Who gives them the right to say him? And secondly, if we understand what Amalek means, then we understand ourselves. Who is Amalek? Okay. That's all.
You've been talking a bit about this, and another thing that's also invoked a lot by Netanyahu and other people, in Spain, especially Smotrich and Ben Gvir, is the idea of Greater Israel.
PWT says, Weed says not a debater, host, all caps. PWT, like, what's up, bro? What's to you, bro?
Now, many people who see Israel, creating chaos in the region now with the Iran war, attacking Syria, attacking Lebanon, believe there's a project of Greater Israel. What's your thoughts on the project of Greater Israel?
Give a look. Really, I'm not an expert in politics. I'm an expert in our religion. And you're asking me now,
you said scientists debate as well. Does that mean scientists are debaters? Yeah, especially when they're debating in the papers, when they're publishing those papers, because they really go at the other people. If y'all read some of those papers and those researches and the debunks, trying to debunk the other person's work, like, yeah, they go pretty hard, I ain't gonna lie.
Political question. I can tell you just what I think, as I have to study the ideas of Zionism, as know your enemy, how to fight against them. So I have to study the book of Herzl, Ted Herzl, and what...
Oh, Essence, you said you want to know how debating with God went. In the book, from my research, they said sometimes the rabbis won. I'm just going to be honest. Then in the book, in the books, they say sometimes the rabbis won the debates with God.
Both achievements and what they want. So I can just tell you from this side, but however, what's going on in the political world, really, I can say that I don't know. It could be that I haven't got the right view on that. However, as I understand that the achievement of the goal of Zionists to get a safe Israel.
And whatever God that they believe in the book, the Talmud, and the Talmud is broken down into series of debates. So throughout those debates, some of those debates are with God, and
biggest borders from the river to the sea. Yes, they didn't want. They want all the Muslims out of that, all the Palestinians out completely. The whole West Bank they want to take, the whole Gaza, everything they want to take, the whole Israel with the Golden Heights, with everything they want. In that they want to be 100% safe. No difference what the price of that is. If the price of that is killing 100 million people, they will do that.
100 million people?
Everything what the price is to wipe up Jordan, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, wipe them completely up. If they need that for their security, they will do that. They have no problem with that. They haven't got even normal human feelings. They see only themselves, selfish for themselves, what they want. And this is what they want. But I don't...
Is the idea, sorry to interrupt, is the idea to conquer all these lands, or do you think the idea is just to create so much chaos in those lands so that they can control as much of Israel and maybe beyond Israel as they like?
It's not only chaos. What they like could be they want 500 miles around Israel to be empty, something like that, to make sure that nobody can hit them. They want to make weak all the countries
around them.
But I don't think they want to become leaders on the whole world. They want their own country, but a safe country. And there is no price what is too big for them.
So when you say there's no price, like right now there's a war going on and Iran is being bombed a lot, and Iran is a strong nation, I mean, in terms of their army, etc. So do you think if this war continues, do you think it's like, I mean, when you say they'll kill 100 million people, the implication is they could drop a nuclear bomb on Iran if they wanted to. Do you think if it comes to that, they would?
I think yes, 100%.
100%?
Yes.
They wouldn't think twice?
If they will feel they will have to do that, in my eyes, yes.
And in terms of, I mean, another thing that's happening
They're not
right now
human
with
beings.
the war. I mean, what's happening also in the war is Iran is retaliating by hitting American bases and hitting strategic assets in the Gulf countries, in Qatar and the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Oman and Bahrain, etc. I mean, so what you're saying is there's no care for the Zionists, that if these countries get hit, if their economies get depleted, if anything, they'd probably be quite happy with the fact that these countries are now fighting with each other.
They don't think even about other people. It's not like England, but our government, I didn't come to say if it's right or not right, I'm not in the political world, yes, but they are caring for other people. If we go out to a war with France, he will care about the civilians. They don't care nothing. They don't think nothing. They don't think that. They think only about themselves. And no price is too high for them. No price is too high for them. It's not like America. It's not like the UK. It's not like all the.
Are you saying this because of what you've seen them do in Gaza and what they're doing in Lebanon? Or would you have said this?
Chat, everybody hit the like button. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Let's go ahead and get the 300 likes and smash through 400. Double tap the screen and hit the like button at the top. I told y'all that's what I believe, that it could come to nuclear weapons. He's going to ask them directly about the nuclear weapons, but I said it before. We look at God, they'll turn all of that shit into a parking lot and just wait it out. They'll turn all that shit into a parking lot and just wait it out, in my opinion.
10 years ago as well.
I would say that also in 10 years ago. This is really what our rabbi said, that Jewish people, if they gone away from God, they are worse more than animals.
Your rabbi said this?
Yes, this is in the Talmud, very clearly.
Okay.
Very clearly.
So this is a famous rabbi?
This is the Talmud saying.
Oh, the Talmud says it itself.
Everybody accepting that. Jewish.
See, this is the thing. You said, and I'm okay with that. I never said I was okay with that, but it's what the fuck I believe can go on. Like, when have we lived in a moral world? I get on here and I say this shit all the time. Since the beginning of time, borders have been created by bloodshed and text. Bloodshed and text. We've seen millions of people eradicated. We've seen it happen before. Now that we're living in 2026, we think this shit can't go on. Well, it's going on right now. Shit's going on.
People, if they are close to God, they are holy people. They are chosen people. They're serving God, and they are holy people. But if they got away from God, they are worse than animals. And that you can see that with your eyes. You told me about the war in Gaza. The war in Gaza was the first war. Yes, this already 77 years full of wars. And we see that every time. Yes, I myself, I born in Jerusalem. Yes, my mother told me what she's.
You said, and you're asking for likes off of it. I'm asking for likes to support the stream because we're hanging out. If you want to be real, I ain't asked for a donation. I should have asked for a donation while we in this motherfucker talking, man. Take your shoes off, sit down somewhere, man. Chill out.
So, in 1948, I didn't want to say that. I cannot say that. But she saw how their behavior was against the Palestinians. Crazy. And what's happened to Sabra Shatila? You know, all these things what they're doing already for centuries. Not centuries, I mean for
77 years. And before
years.
That, a few years before that also in Palestine.
But yes, what they're doing. But my mother remembers that. She saw that with her own eyes. My father told me what he saw at that times. My father passed away already, but he was 1948, he was about 20 years old, and he saw everything. He told me everything what he saw with his own eyes. The Zionist is not like the Western countries where they're thinking about civilians. No, they don't think about nobody. They're selfish completely. They're thinking only about themselves.
How does that work? I mean, the thing is, how is it that, I mean, what you're saying is that the Zionists, and we've seen For example, we see when they bomb Gaza, they have these parties where they go and they see the bombing. We see now when they are bombing Iran and they're bombing Lebanon, you see people, if you see Israeli media and you see Israeli YouTubers.
I seen one guy today, I believe they were pouring champagne, celebrating that they'll be able to the death penalty, I guess the death penalty for the captured, the captees will receive the death penalty. So I seen them popping champagne about this shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Because you see a lot of celebrity language, they're celebrating the fact that people are dying and being bombed. But you saying that this is a thing which is, like, if the Zionist is a lot more deadly in terms of their intention, you saying this, then, like, where...
I ain't gonna lie, chat, that's really like, that's like damn near some rap culture shit. Like, your ops getting, you know what I'm saying, out of here, you popping bottles and shit. Like, I seen them pouring up cups and shit. Like, they popping liquor, man, pouring up cups. Like, damn, they acting like this, like one of the ops just got dropped.
Western imperialists or, other imperialists, because there's lots of imperialism in the world. Why? Like, how does that work?
Look, a Jewish person...
Damn, Chad.
God has created the Jewish people to be connected to Him, to be believers in Him. And if they leave it away, they lost the faith in God, they lost the humanity. They lost completely the humanity that you can see with your own eyes. You're asking me why it is? I can understand that this is more deeply to explain it, but you can see the fact. You can see the fact. When England going on a war, they are caring about all the civilians. And if they hit some civilian...
Sometimes.
Okay, but they apologize if something happened. They have no problem. Like they're celebrating. Killing children in Gaza, they're celebrating. They say they are creatures. We may kill them. Netanyahu say they are animals. They are nothing. We may kill all of them. They don't care about them at all. Completely. I mean, you can see that with your eyes. Unfortunately. I mean...
Damn, Chad.
People who they lost the believing in God, they lost everything. They lost the humanity. They lost completely.
How do you feel? I mean, these people are acting in your religion. They're acting in the name of your religion. You are obviously a devout Jew. You love Judaism. You are hoping that Judaism thrives in the world. That your
all right, Philip,
children
have a
and
good
grandchildren
night, Philip.
in many generations can continue to practice Judaism. When you see so many people who say they are Jews behave in this way, how do you feel? What are your concerns about the future?
Give a look. Again, I'm coming from my religious point of view. We believe that the bad side will have the end. This is, again, not my words. It's written in the Torah, and the reference of that is in Numbers 14, verse 41. It really was about a similar situation when God took out the Jewish people from Egypt. And then He commanded them to stay in the forest for 40 years. I don't know if you learned sometimes the Torah, but there was people that didn't agree. They say, no, we want to go up the Holy Land, even by force. And Prophet Moses told them, no, stay in the desert for 40 years. God commanded you to stay, took out from Egypt and commanded you to stay in the desert 40 years. Only after that you can go to the Holy Land. But these people didn't agree. And they gone up. Then Prophet Moses told them, why do you rebel against God? You will not succeed. And then that's what happened. They tried to go up, and there was all of them killed. Yes, a rebellion against God cannot be succeed. As long as the state of Israel is a rebellion against the Almighty, you command us to stay in exile and not to rebel against Him. And what the Zion is doing, a rebellion against God, they will not succeed. Again, you look today, political eyes, they are strong. They are very strong. And all the strong countries support them. And with political view, you see that they will succeed for the next 1,000 years. But again, I'm coming from the religious point of view. In the religious point of view, I'm 100% that they will come to an end. And this is not my words. First, it is the words of the Torah. And then again, Many rabbis of our great sages told that already before the creation of the State of Israel, like I mentioned before, the Chofetz Chaim. He said it also that even they will agree to create a state, this is only till a certain amount of time. It will come, the end. I'm sure on that 100% that the end will come. We hope and pray for a peaceful end. Nobody looks for bloodshed. However, the day will come to an end 100%.
Oh shit, Chad. He talked about a lot of shit. He talked about the idea of greater Israel. He talked about the red cow. He talked about what is the Messiah. He talked about Judaism and violence. He talked about Jews and Muslims coexisting, anti-Semitism. He talked about a lot. Chad, hit the like button, man. Let's get past 350 likes, Chad. Everyone double tap the screen for me. And or if you can't double tap the screen, go to the top and hit the like button, Chad.
Now, of course, when I see the uprooting so many people away from God,
you said who is this guy? It's Rabbi Beck. Rabbi Beck.
10 million out of 18 are non-believers today. By the influence of Zionists, of course, this makes very bad feelings. And when you don't believe in the Jewish principles, it makes feeling lost. Okay, we are finished. Another generation, 2, 3 generations, we are finished.
Okay.
But we know that this will not be the case. They will come to an end, and we will succeed at the end.
Okay, so you say you call like the majority of, I mean guessing not world Jewry, but 16 million out of 18 million non-believers, and the reason you say that is because they don't, according to you, believe in those 13 principles of Judaism. But I mean, they would see themselves as Jews, though, right?
Yeah,
but you wouldn't see them as Jews.
Like,
no, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, the same like a secular Muslim will see themselves as a Muslim.
Okay, I understand that point. So, I mean, we've discussed Amalek and we've discussed the Promised Land in a way when we discussed Zionism and Judaism. Can you tell me more about some of the other sort of theological arguments that people inside of Israel, I mean, in your view, would be wrongly used? Like, for example, building the temple again. There's discussions about, for a while now, there's been a few movements within Israel that are trying to desecrate or destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque because they want to build a temple. The other issue, there's another thing about the red cow. There's the idea of the Messiah that you spoke about. Tell me, from your perspective, what's their wrong interpretation of it, and what should be the correct interpretation of these things?
I will split it in a few.
Yes.
Because I didn't want to make a long thing. Firstly, we will speak about the Messiah, because this is serious. The other one is just fantasizes. It's not reality. I will come back to that. But Messiah, this is a reality. We Jewish...
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Matt. But yeah, he was speaking about secular Muslims. Somebody asked, what is that? A Muslim, someone who identifies with Islam culturally or spiritually, but supports the separation of religion from political and civic life, often interpreting faith through reason and contemporary values. So basically a modern-aged Muslim.
People, we believe in a Messiah. We believe that Messiah will come. But don't make a mistake. The Messiah will not be another NETANYAHU. He will not kill innocent men.
You said Muslims marry their cousins? Shit, Christians do too. Yeah, I'm from the Bible Belt, Chad. I'm from the deep south, man. Shit, Christians do too.
And women, children, just to grab a land. The purpose of Messiah will be to bring back all the people of the world to serve the same God. In the time of Messiah, there will be unity from the whole world. Messiah will not come with physical power at all. In our scriptures, Messiah described only.
Hanson says, don't talk and interrupt. Kiss my ass, Hanson. Go watch this shit. Matter of fact, Hanson, we just gonna escort you out of here, man. Everybody tell Hanson have a good night. He doesn't understand how this shit works. He doesn't know that he can go find this video on his own, watch it on his own time, and I'm going to interrupt and talk. I'm going to do what the fuck I do. So have a good night, Hanson, man. Tell your cousin Chris that we hope he's doing all right as well, too. Good night, Hanson. The fuck is wrong with these guys?
That means a poor man coming on a white donkey. If we don't know what it means, today is no donkeys. Like many prophecies, we will not only understand that when it will become a reality. However, Messiah is not described as a strong person. I come, I'm the king, I will kill everybody, my slave, blah, 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 blah.
What's up, Mr. Jones?
A poor man coming on a white donkey, that's all. Messiah will not come with physical power, he will come with spiritual power. In the heart of all the people. At that time, Jewish people with the Palestinian people will not be on two sides of the fence. They will be on the same side of the fence. All of us together will go up, will serve the same God in harmony and peace. And the Holy Land, this is a holy place. It is a holy place all over the years. And the Holy Land will be the main place where people...
I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I seen some pictures today of Jerusalem from like 1925, man. And I'ma just say it, them folks looked black, man. They didn't look Arabic. They didn't look Middle Eastern. They didn't look like white folks. Those folks look like black people. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad.
People will come and to serve them closer to God. Even people will live in the whole world, but they will come up there to serve God, to be closer to God in the Holy Land. But it will be not only us, it will be us with the Palestinians, with all the people. This is our belief in Messiah. Messiah will not come and kill people, innocent people, for nothing, just...
What's the, in your view, what do you think is the idea of the Messiah in the minds of the settlers, for example, like people like Daniel Weiss or people like Ben Gvir or Smotrich? I mean, I'm sure you haven't spoken to them about what they think, but in your view, what can you imagine?
Yeah, isn't the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia still to this day, Chad?
Their view on the Messiah is?
Yes, you have to split it. Netanyahu is an unbeliever. He don't believe in the Messiah at all.
Yeah, hence I left
He's
him
just
out.
using that.
Yes.
But the other people, the settlers, and the other people, what they are believers, they are completely confused. Completely confused with the religion. They're taking many things out of context and put it on the wrong place. Like, let's say about the settlers, yes? The settlers say they are religious, but they see with their own eyes that the goal of Zionism is to uproot people from God, take away people from God. So how do you put it together? You are a believer or not? You want all the people to become believers, or you want all the people to become unbelievers? You are a believer, what do you want? Exactly. How do you serve these people what they uproot away, people from God? How do you save them? They are completely confused in their minds, in the taking also out the concept of Messiah from the right concept, in the same Messiah means like Netanyahu, he is the Messiah or something like that. This is what they thinking about the Messiah, but to know what Messiah is not something that you can Google on the internet. You have to read the real holy Jewish books to understand what the concept of Messiah is. And it's very clear. If you look in the books of the prophets, the 24 books, you will see very clear the purpose of Messiah and what he going to do if a Messiah will come. It's written in Psalms, yes, chapter 97. It's written hundreds of times in Psalms. I'll just give you one example, but it's hundreds of times. Hashem mulach tugel huetz. When God will reveal his kingdom on the world, the whole world will be happy.
What's up, Letitia?
All the nations on the world will be happy. We say in our prayers, that means the whole world, not only Jews, the whole world will come together to serve the same God in harmony and peace. And like that we have many verses, hundreds and thousands of verses in our prayers, in the books of the prophets, again and again and again and again. That what the Zionists doing and the settlers doing is completely taking out of concept many things. And I will come to the other point, what you're asking.
It's about the
red cow
the
in
red
the
cow
mount.
in the mosque, at the Temple Mount in Al-Aqsa. Yeah.
I will give you an example. This is completely fantasize. It's not reality. Look.
I see you said, why is this guy talking about the Bible and he's a Jew? Psalms is part of the Old Testament.
Netanyahu, yes, he's a murderer. He's very bad. Bad is not a word for him, yes, but he's not crazy, unfortunately. He's not crazy. He was much better when he was crazy, but unfortunately he's not crazy. He will never speak about the red cow. He will never speak about building the Temple Mount, because he is not crazy. The settlers are crazy people. Crazy people. They're speaking about fantasizers, about things. Why you don't hear Netanyahu speaking never about the red cow? He's not crazy. That's all.
Nick, why do you want us to cut this off so bad? It's been like how long we've been watching this? The last 20 minutes we've been watching this. You've been wanting us to cut this off like really bad. Why do you want us to cut this off so bad, Nick? You like the only one that wants us to cut this off really bad.
This is not a reality. The red cow, this is this is a concept, a holy concept. You cannot kill man, woman and children into hope that God will be with you. This doesn't go together. God said, don't kill. If you do something what God forbid, then God is not with you. If they want that, in our belief, the Temple Mount, yes, let's come to this point. Many people asking me.
I mean, sorry, just before you get to the Temple Mount. So what? I mean, in the Orthodox, in the pure interpretation of the red cow, what's the red cow? Not in the crazy settler interpretation where they're trying to kill people and hope the red cow comes in. In your understanding of the red cow, what's the red cow?
The red cow is just when, in that times, when you look in the Torah, you can see that there are many situations but people get impure. Impure, and how you get back pure. Now, I try to explain you. For example, we had a temple. To go in the temple, you have to be pure. Not, yes. If you are impure.
So, yeah, to go into the temple, you have to be pure. So that's why they needed the red heifer. The red heifer ashes are the only way that you can be pure. They're saying that it's only been done 3 times. First time was Moses, second time was Ezra, the third time was sometime last year. And the guy went on whose show was that? Tim Pool, and he had like a little bag of it. And he said there was like pounds. It was like so many pounds of these ashes that they got when they sacrificed this cow. So he had a little bag, like a little damn bag about this big, and it had like that much of the ashes in it. It was like that much of the ashes in a bag about this big. And he said that was enough for 10,000 doses. And he's claiming that it does all kind of miracle stuff, making the blind see, healing the crippled, but you have to have it to go into the temple. And I believe whoever puts it on you, they're unclean until the nightfall. I don't know. We were talking about it over one day.
Impure, like if you touch a dead person, yes, you become impure. How you get back pure? We call that tuher. Tuher is pure. Tumah means impure. Now, how do you come back? Usually there is something what calls a mikveh. I know, but the Muslims also you have a mikveh. Mikveh means a water, a small pool, a water you go in, and you get back pure. You get back pure. But there are some impure things that you need about the red cow. The red cow means that you have to take a cow that is completely red, but today you don't see them. This was like a miracle. It was only 9 red cows since God gave the Torah to Mount Sinai. In the 10th will be when Messiah will come. Because today we are anyway impure We are in exile.
So that other guy said that there's only been 21 red cows in this generation, and I believe he said 5 of them were sent to Israel. And they couldn't bear any work. They couldn't do any work. You couldn't even lay a shovel or anything on this cow. It had to be completely unburdened. Some shit like that. Hold on.
So we haven't got the red cow, and we haven't got the whole procedure of the red cow. In the red cow, we slaughter them, and then we burn them, and we put the in the water, and we
the blood in the water.
Not the blood. We burn the cow. After,
the ashes, okay.
Yeah, the ash, yes. After slaughtering, we put it on ash, and the ash we put on water.
Yeah, tonight's not one of them nights, Daniel. Sometimes I do open the phone lines or open up the panels and we talking shit, but yeah, Daniel, right now we're not doing call-ins at this moment.
In this water, on some conditions, it's written in the Torah, you put it on impure people and they get pure.
Okay.
We don't understand.
Yeah, Daniel, next
time.
time.
This is a command of God. One of the commands what we don't understand. There are many commands what we understand, like don't kill, don't steal. We understand it. But there are many commandments what we don't understand why it is. It is like that's what's written in the Torah. Everybody can see that the Torah is open. This is the concept of the red cow. Now, after we gone out of the Holy Land, yes. So we are anyway impure, so the red cow goes out of use. We don't need them anymore. The next time we will need it, the Messiah will come. Then we will have the red cow.
Okay, so now the Temple Mount.
Now I will come to the Temple Mount. But I come from a different angle. I come back to this.
Sure.
The same thing, many people asking me if we believe in the temple, and where it's going to be built, and what I believe. Again, the same thing what I say about Messiah. To understand the concept of the Temple Mount, it's not something what you Google on the internet. You have to look in the books of the prophets, learn about it, to understand what it is. In our scriptures is written that the third temple will come down from heaven, a temple of fire. And we will serve God in this temple. Now, we can understand it? No, we cannot go into fire. We don't know how, and what it will be, how it will be. This is not something what we can build with our hands. Yes, this is something we believe in. Wait and see. The Messiah will come. It will be much more spiritual world, and this will happen many spiritual things what we cannot understand in today's day. However, this is the Jewish believe in the third temple. How it will be built, who will be built it, what's going to happen, like we don't understand how it can be that we will serve God in a temple of fire. The same thing we don't understand.
Now, Nick, where the hell did you come up with that? You talking about Jesus and Buddha are brothers? Who told you that, Nick?
Exactly what will happen.
Where I missed that text. What text is that in? What text is that in, Nick?
It's written in the scriptures. God will build the temple with fire. We don't understand what it is. Let's wait and let's see, and that's all. But one thing what we know 100% that at that time.
Oh yeah, I forgot Nick off that Nepal Mountain ball hash, man. I told him to put that shit down earlier, chat. Now he talking about Jesus and Buddha brothers. I told him to put that shit down earlier.
There will be peace on the whole world. I will have to touch another point here. Very important point. People asking me very many times about the Temple Mount, about Messiah. And I told them that in our scriptures, the Messiah, what we're waiting for, is the Messiah, what he will make peace on the whole world. I will give you a nice story, what's happened with one of our greatest rabbis, I mentioned them before, the Maimonides. Maimonides was, for 1,000 years ago, he was the doctor.
Yes, lowercase, it is a specific type of cow. It has to be a perfect red heifer, meaning that it could not have one hair. Some people say less than 10, but it's supposed to be a perfect red heifer. No hair that's not red, and it cannot bear any burden, no work, no anything. So yes, it is a specific type of red heifer because it has to be perfectly red. Can't be any flaws.
Doctor, the private doctor of the Sultan. I didn't remember the name of the Sultan. One of the sultans.
Where, in which part of the world?
In Egypt.
In Egypt, okay.
Yes. And he was the personal doctor. One time the Sultan asked him, look, you are my private doctor. My life of my family is in your hands. But you are not loyal to me. How can I do that? He say, where do you see I'm not loyal? He say, because you believe in Messiah. If a Messiah will come, you believe he will be the king. I'm the king. Maimonides answer him, look, the Messiah will come. If you will not be the first one who will take your crown and put it on his head, he is not the right Messiah. Because a Messiah will come.
You said it's not about oil or nukes. It's about the Iranian people asking for help to be free from their suppressive government. Man, I got some beachfront property in Arkansas to sell your ass right now, man. I got some beachfront property in Arkansas for you, my boy.
Everybody will agree to him. Me and you together. Messiah will bring him spiritually in our heart to see and to serve the same God in harmony and peace. This is what Messiah will be stand for here on the world, to bring a spiritual world. This is the job of Messiah. And if you will not be the first one to give him the crown, this is not the right Messiah, this is the false Messiah. The same thing is what the Zionists mention Messiah, something like that. I want first see by the Messiah what they want to say. Netanyahu, the Messiah, I want to see that everybody agrees with him. Not unfortunately, thanks to God, that 90% of the world are not agreeing with him. So he's not a Messiah at all. However,
I mean, but do you think some people see him as a Messiah in like some Zionists? The settlers see him as a Messiah?
Crazy people.
As an actual Messiah or just as a hero or champion? Or do they actually call him the Messiah?
They give names, Amalek for who they want. They give name of Messiah for who they want. Messiah, the job of Messiah is to bring people close to God. This is the job of Messiah, the whole job. What he will do on this world is to bring people together to serve God. What is the job of Netanyahu? To take away people from God, to kill people, to make hatred.
That's the thing, Michael. I'm not too proud to research or listen. You know, when I do talk to a few biblical scholars that are really in depth with this shit, and I just listen, you know, and I do my own research. I come here, I get different perspectives from around the world. But one thing I will never say is that I know it all. Like shit. Nah, man. Anybody that tells you they know it all is a motherfucking lie, chat. They're a lie.
Between people, not to unite people. Exactly the opposite what Messiah doing. But these people are crazy. The settlers are crazy. And they're giving names. Everybody can give names. And then if you have the power for that, okay, you have the power. But it doesn't make wrong for right, because you have the power to that. So I come back to this point, what people are asking, okay, I understand everything what you say about Messiah, about the Temple Mount, fine. However, you believe when Messiah will come, then the whole world will serve God. In which way? The Jews believe in the Jewish way. The Muslims believe also in a Messiah.
Yeah, I stay away from those hard things like that, chat. No Diddy, I mean drugs. Yeah, drugs. But somebody said try some DMT. Yeah, I don't think I would try anything like that. people get bad trips, man, and they don't come back, man. They stuck in la la land forever, man. Like, nah, hell nah, man. Like, I'm not with experimenting and experiencing all kind of shit, man. Talking about do some DMT, man, and being seen. I heard they see little gnomes and shit. It's little gnomes and shit. I'm not trying to walk around, you know, jerking and looking around at little gnomes and shit.
Messiah. They believe there will be the Muslim way. The Christian believe it will be the Christian way. So again, you have something why to argue and to kill each other. My answer to that is the religion. This is very, very important to understand. The religion was never the problem. The problem is forcing up other people, occupying other people, forcing up to think, to do what you want. This is the problem. But the religion itself has no problem. I give you an example. You are a Muslim. Can you sit down in a coffee shop by a cup of tea with a Christian friend?
Me and you are sitting here having a good time. Yeah.
By a cup of tea, sharing the belief. You explain him, you believe in Messiah, he explain what he believe. You don't hate each other, you're good friends. Let's wait and see.
That's what I'm on, chat. Like, I don't care what religion you are, man. I tell y'all that all the time. I don't give a damn what you are. Honestly. That's why we have these panels and we have people from all different backgrounds, all different religions. Just don't try to force that shit upon me. That's all I ask, man. Like, believe what you believe. We can discuss it. We can have this. But I hate when people, this is what burns me the most, is when somebody says, you have to. Why the fuck do I have to do anything? Like, who are you to tell me what I have to believe or what I have to think? I don't got to do shit but stay black and die, honestly.
That's all. There's not... The religion itself, it's not a reason why to hate each other. The problem starts only by the occupation, by force other people, and even forcing other people of the religion, yes? Like it was the Spanish Inquisition, yes? The forcing up the religion of other people, this creates hatred, this creates killing, this creates all the problems, but not the religion himself. The Christian religion, the Muslim religion, the Jewish religion, they can live together in peace. They have no problem as best friends. Like the Sultan in Egypt, his doctor, his private doctor, was a Jewish rabbi. And not a Jewish rabbi, one of the famous Jewish rabbis, Maimonides, was his private doctor. Because the religion himself is not a problem. The problem is to force up on other people. So I come back to the point. We have our belief in Messiah. You have your belief in Messiah. The Christians have their belief in Messiah. There's no problem. We can live together. Just wait and see. That's all. I believe, you believe, that when Messiah will come, everybody will recognize what is the right on the world. Okay, let's wait and see. When God will come down, everybody will see God. Everybody will recognize him, and everybody, of course, will follow him.
Okay. You obviously, I mean, you've been attending most of the demonstrations against the bombing of Gaza and the genocide of Gaza, and now the bombing of Iran for the last 2.5 years, or just about two. It's not yet 2.5 years, but it's more than 2 years. You wear Palestinian garbs.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Chad. The reason that I don't press my beliefs on the people, like when we have these debates and discussions, is because just being a Christian, what I am, I believe in salvation. I believe that you got a chance to come around, you know, like maybe it's not, you know, drop a little whatever. Maybe this conversation will come back around to you one of these days, you know, and you might look into something, right? But I believe that shit, God still loves you just like he loves me. God gave his only begotten son, and you have a chance to believe in him. So I don't feel the need to tell you, you know what I'm saying, how to live your life, man. All I can do is, you know, have a conversation.
Obviously, just based on what you're saying, you know, when you've mentioned that in your view, the Zionists are almost like Amalek, right? So you've obviously dedicated a big part of your religious life to trying to purify, I would say, this Judaism by resisting Zionism and by resisting these people who have usurped your religion, right? Do you see that as the most important religious duty you have?
In today's day, yes. Give a look. if somebody will come into the Muslim people, yes, and succeed to uproot so many Muslims from the religion, yes, of course, this is one of the most important things of Muslim person, to put things on the right place. For themselves, for the children and the grandchildren, and for the world, to give the right image for the world of Islam. The same thing is about Judaism. If somebody comes in the name of Jewish people, they're killing other people, and they're doing so many murder acts, what they're doing in my name. When I going in the street and I hear behind me somebody say, Hitler, Hitler. I know we watched yesterday a film of Gaza, yes? They're doing that in my name, yes? Of course, this is our most important duty, to come out. And this is important for us, ourselves, for our children, for next generation, and for the world, to show what is real Judaism.
We've seen all the destruction in Gaza and in Lebanon,
yes,
and in Iran and everywhere else, which is now being portrayed by a state which says it's a Jewish state, right? In your understanding of history, of Jewish history, are there other stories of people who claim to be Jews or who are Jews behaving as badly as this?
Just look in the history. You don't see that at all.
So this is unique.
Jewish, of course, Jewish people was all the times believers in God.
I see you say, I'm not wasting my one precious life on something that isn't real. Is it something that isn't real, or is it something that you just don't understand? You know, because that's one thing that we've seen come through our lifetimes, and just even looking at recorded history. Is it something that's not real, or is it something that you just don't understand, or that you're not willing to try to understand, regardless of what faith you are? You just giving up on the sense of God totally? Is it? I want to know why. Why do you truly believe God is not real, or is it just that you don't understand and you're not willing to understand? I'm curious.
Loyal citizen to all the countries where they lived, and there was every time loyal. You can't see in the whole 2000 years since we are in exile even one rebellion of Jewish people. Like you have one, but it didn't was by force. It was Shabsai Tzvi. I don't know if you heard about it. Build up a messianic movement, a false messianic movement, but it didn't was by force. It was only not too long, a few years, till the Sultan of Turkey just finished with them, the whole thing. But you don't see it in the whole longer.
See, Drewski got a white grandpa. You know, Drewski is like a fourth white. So, you know, he dropped that fact. Drewski is definitely a fourth white, so he kind of got away with that. Elon shot back at Erica Kirk and was like, this is a free speech platform. Erica Kirk made another tweet today talking about Drewski put on a wig and took her mannerisms and all of that. It's crazy.
2000 years of the Jewish exile, as we are exile history, you don't see even nothing close to them. All the time Jews live as peaceful citizens in all the countries, because Jews were believers in God, and they believe that God sent us in exile. We are not try even to go out by force. We are in the hands of God. God put us in the corner. We stay in the corner. We are not try to come out of the corner by force.
So I mean, there's many people listening to this conversation. And obviously you are speaking as a Jewish person, as a rabbi, but there's people who listen to this and say, we are, based on what we're saying, we are probably, you know, making Israelis or people who say they are Jewish but support Israel, we're making it unsafe. And they'll probably accuse you of being a self-hating Jew. They'll accuse me of being an anti-Semite. They're accusing many people now of being anti-Semites based on this. Anyone who now is pro-peace and wants to ensure that children in Gaza aren't being killed, they're calling them anti-Semites. What's your response to that?
Give a look. It didn't come in even any anti-Semitism.
See, this is why I believe our founding fathers, you know, they kind of went towards the separation between church and state. I think that this is a good representation of the importance of separation between church and state. Because right now, looking at this conflict, it's kind of like you can't really say anything because there is no separation of church and state. It's kind of like if you're criticizing the state, it's like now you're criticizing the church. You see, this is playing out in real time. I just kind of noticed that.
Semitic. The Muslims were never anti-Semitic, and they are still not today anti-Semitic. Everybody who knows a bit of history knows that Jews and Muslims have a golden life. For centuries we lived together. And for the truth is to say that we lived in the Muslim countries much better than in the rest of the world. And this is open history. Everybody can see that.
I mean, I agree with you, but there's been some
Rabbi Bick. This is Rabbi Bick.
Instances where some Muslims are anti-Semitic. I mean, but on the whole, I agree.
And he's the name of the channel he's talking on is Middle East Eye.
Agree with you.
No. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just read the history. You are a bit influenced from the Zionists. From the
No, I just have some Muslim friends who are quite anti-Semitic. I mean, this is why I know. But I agree with you on the whole.
I will explain. These Muslim friends that you have, yes, bring them together with me.
No, they will love you.
Yes, 100%, because they are not hating Jews. They are hating occupiers. They are hating the genocide. This is exactly what they're hating. They have nothing against Jews at all. Look, I came from Jerusalem, yes? I'm already 7 generations there in the Holy Land. We gone out, we don't want to live under the Israeli government. We gone out in 1970. My whole family gone out. It's not only my family. Since 1948, tens of thousands of Jewish families has gone out of Israel. Even today, in my area, Stamford Hill, there are about 100, 150 families. They came out only the last 10 years. They didn't want to live there. And but my mother told me very much that she remembers the good life between Jews and Palestinians. They lived together, they used to babysit each other, the children. She remembered that. Palestinian neighbors brings over the children to her parents to watch with them when they're going to any occasion. And the same thing, the Jewish parents bring the children to the Palestinian neighbors to babysit them. And also, we used to dance by the weddings, each other. I myself, I know many Palestinian songs. Just we're singing that what we heard by the Palestinian weddings. We have a golden life each other together. And look, I give you an example. Even today's day, yes. I live in Stamford Hill. They're living tens of thousands of Jewish people. They're living many thousands of Muslims. I don't know how many. In their synagogues, side by side with mosques, we're helping each other. When the Jewish synagogues wants to build out extension, making bigger, the Muslim counselors helping them. When the mosque in Keesneveld, they want to build out, the Jewish counselors help them to get a permit. One of the Jewish counselors, his office is in the mosque. In the mosque of Keesneveld, there is his office, where people coming up to him is in. We have a golden life together. I can say all the minicab drivers in our area, about 400 or 500, all of them are Muslims. If he's sending our small children of 2-3 years in the playgroups for the Muslim drivers, I never ever even hear one single problem between them. I tell you just a nice thing. For 2 years ago, I was
Shell says that God is in all of them. Yeah, but God encompasses a lot of different things. You know what I'm saying? Like when we talking about in modern day, for sure. Like, yeah, a lot of people say that they follow God, but they don't go to church. You know, a lot of people say that they have problems with the church.
Rally here in London, pro-Palestinian rally, and I burned the Israeli flag there.
You burnt the flag?
Yes.
That's a crime, you know.
The police arrest me.
Okay, sure. Okay, so you got arrested for it.
And I asked the police, why are you arresting me? It's not against the law. No, this is racial hatred. I told him to kill the children in Gaza is not racial hatred. But to bear an Israeli flag among 10,000 Muslims is a racial hatred. I was in Hammersmith, here in the police station, and I have the first interview. It was Friday night, 3:30 in the morning. They called me out for the first interview. And
3:30 in the morning, so
yes.
like late at night, yes.
Yes. And they asked me, why do you do that? What do you want? At the end of the conversation, I asked for the police, can I ask you something? Yes. I told him, I think I know you. Maybe you're working in my area in Stamford Hill? Tell me yes. I'm working in Stoke Newington police station. I remember from my area, I saw him. I remember his face. What are you doing here? Sometimes we're going one place to the other. So I'm working now here, but usually I'm working in Stoke Newington. I told him, can I ask you some question? Yes. In Stamford Hill, of course, you know the area. Yes, you're patrolling this area. There are tens of thousands of Jewish people and tens of thousands of Muslims. Both of them have youth. How many calls you have a day in fighting between the Jewish youth and the Muslim youth? You say nothing. How many times a week? How many times a month, a year? Never. I told him why. Why? It's not normal. Yes, there's two people that should fight each other. You don't know. I told him, you know why? This is because of my...
Chat, everybody hit the like button. Let's get the 500 likes right quick. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap the screen or hit the like button at the top, man. Let's get the likes up.
Racial hatred. What I'm spreading out, the hatred, this unites them. The Muslims know that people like...
We're also 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Do not miss this channel. Subscribe to the channel.
Me, the people in Stamford Hill are against the state of Israel. They have no problem with Jews. We're living there as best friends. Okay. And you don't have to go too far to the history. Look, Jewish people living today in Iran. I take the extreme example. Iran is the greatest enemy of Israel. In the middle of the war, Iran didn't concentrate the Jewish people in concentration camps now. They protect them like normal citizens. There are 35,000 Jewish people living in Iran just now. And they have a golden life there. Even in the middle of the war. They have no problem. The Iranians have no hatred against Jews. They have a problem with the occupation. And the Iranians say that again and again and again and again. In the media, we are not against Jews. We are against the occupation. But the mainstream media are under Zionist influence, and they want to brush everybody with anti-Semitism, and then they can say, oh, this is Nazis, this is anti-Semitic. Haven't got nothing to do with anti-Semitic. Why the media didn't bring out this point that Jewish people living in Iran now, under the missiles, they're living free. They have today their schools, their high schools, all the institutes. There's a Jewish hospital in Iran, funded completely by the government. Why you don't see that in the news? They just say the Iranian anti-Semites, they're Nazis. Why people are so blade? Why they don't think? Just open their eyes. And not only Iran, all the Muslim countries are full of Jews. In Morocco, in Tunisia, Algeria, Turkey, everywhere is full of Jews. And Jewish people living there peacefully. They have no problem there. Why people ignoring that? This all proves and shows that this haven't got nothing to do with anti-Semitism. You say you have friends anti-Semitic, I can promise you, bring them on my table. You will see they will love me. They have no problem with a Jew. They have a problem with the occupation. They have a problem with the genocide. They want to see Palestine back to the Palestinians. I also want to see that. I'm waiting for this day. At this day I will be proud to go back to Palestine. I was here with a Palestinian ambassador. I told him, I'm a Palestinian Jew. I want a Palestinian passport. He told me, unfortunately, at the moment we are not issuing passports, but when we will, One of the first passports will be for you. I want to demonstrate for the world that it's a honor for us to give a passport for a Jewish rabbi to show having got nothing to do with anti-Semitism. We are not against Jews. Jews will be welcome in Palestine. When Jews will be welcome in Palestine, when there will be a Palestinian country, as long they haven't got any goals to take over the country. They want to live as loyal citizens. And I will tell you a nice story. This was for 30 months ago. This was 3 months after the October 7th.
3 months before or after?
After.
Okay,
in
so
January.
it's not 30 months ago. It's about 2 years ago, 24 months ago.
No, on January. It was on January. On January, 3 months. We were invited to take it to a big conference there for Palestine. And we come there. In the middle of the conference,
what's so reform?
there Ismail Haniyeh. You know who is that?
Yeah.
I'm not allowed here by law to mention this terrorist group. But Ismail Haniyeh, yes, he was the leader of Hamas, the political leader of Hamas. He appears in the conference. He come up and he saw the rabbis. He told them to come up. And they come up, he embraced our rabbis and they say, we have no problem with Jews. I want to demonstrate for the world, Jews like these rabbis will be welcome in our Palestine.
What up, C-Raw?
We have no problem with Jews. We have a problem with the occupation. We have a problem with the genocide, but not with Jews. Jews like that will be welcome.
Okay.
We see that in many places. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
We're about to conclude, but just a few more questions, right?
Yo, what happened with them 20 boats? I heard the 20 boats were supposed to come through, but I heard one of the boats, somebody's boat got hit today as well. I heard a boat got hit in the Strait of Hormuz today as well.
Many people who support the Israeli state, not just Zionists, I mean, people who are probably even like soft Zionists, but even TV presenters, everyone sort of says the Zionists and Israel has a right to defend itself. Netanyahu uses this rhetoric a lot. There is this idea that because of what happened in the Holocaust, the Jews should have a state of their own. So that they can kind of be safe. What's your thoughts on that?
Really, you ask two questions, but I will try to answer that firstly. That would say that the Zionists have the right to defend themselves. But who gives them the right to be there in the first place? It's not their land. You cannot rob away someone's house and then to say, I have the right to defend ourselves. Give back the house to the right owner. Then you don't have any enemies. You're not in danger. You're in danger because you took away someone's house. Give back the house. Who gives them for the Zionists the right to take away the land on first hand from the people who used to live there? They bring up Jewish people from the whole world with money tricks to become a majority to take over the land. Everybody knows the history, knows Jews was only 10%. It may be.
Thank you, Lando Christian, coming in via Super Chat. Jesus equals King. Thank you, Lando Christian.
Less than that, 400 years ago, in the Holy Land. The Zionists bring up a majority with money tricks, and then they take away the land from the right owners, from the right people who used to live there, and they say, I have the right to defend myself. Who gives you the right to be there? And I might have to say more. Even I don't want to go in politics, but no one on the world have the right to take a country from the people who live there and give them from another people. England, who gives the land, the United Kingdom gives the land for the Zionist people by the Balfour Declaration. Who is England to give them away for another people? Can I give you a house away for somebody else? This doesn't belong to England. And even the United Nations haven't got the right to this. And I tell you more. Keir Starmer, yes, he's our Prime Minister, yes? And very respected. Fine, very good. He runs the country very good. If he will one day decide to give away England for a present for Italy, yes, what will happen? Everybody will stand up against him. He hasn't got a right to that. It's not his country. Even the king cannot do that. It's not his country. The land belongs for the English people who lives here. Palestine belongs for the people who live there. These are the Palestinian people. That's all. Nobody.
Hey, I see y'all down there arguing in the comments, so I'm going to ask the chat. Do you believe in evolution, chat? Evolution or not, man? Do you believe in evolution, yes or no, man?
In the world, not the UN, and not the United Kingdom, and no one on the world have the right to take away this piece of land and give it away for other people where they like them. Nothing will make this right. This wrong will never become a right. No difference who done this wrong. So now you come, Israel say we have the right to defend ourselves, but who gives you the right to take it on first hand? It's not your land. Give back the land for the Palestinians. And now I come back to the other question what you're asking about the Holocaust, that Jews gone through a Holocaust and Jews need a safe country, and the Zionists say we will save you and we will give you a safe country and we will save all the Jews in the whole world from anti-Semitism. I didn't have to answer, I just say open the eyes. In today's day, where is the most danger place for a Jew? Yes, not for a Palestinian, for a Jew to live. The one place, Israel. We live in the whole world nicely, peacefully, we have no problem. I live here in England nearly 40 years. Yes, I never saw a soldier on the street. I never see somebody going with guns. We don't see that in the street. This means a safe country. Israel, every small child grown up with soldiers, with guns, with tanks, with all of this. This is a safe country. Every day, another bomb, another killing, another This is the most unsafe place for a Jew. For a Jew. We live in the Muslim world much safer than in Israel. Jewish people have a golden life in Iran, a golden life in Morocco, a golden life in Turkey. Everywhere, Jews live peacefully. The only danger place for a Jew to live is the state of Israel. Did they bring any safeness for Jews? They only bring hatred, killing, and danger for Jewish people. They say they're saving Jewish people from anti-Semitism. They're only raising anti-Semitism all over the world. Since the Second World War, anti-Semitism goes out of fashion. And everybody who say even one word what looks anti-Semitic, he have to apologize. Who raising anti-Semitism in today's day? As I told you, I going in the street and I hear behind me Hitler. That means he watched yesterday a film of Gaza. They are raising the anti-Semitism all over the world. They bring in Jewish people into danger. Why do you...
Chat, I need everybody to hit the like button. Let's hit 475 likes on our way to 500. Double tap that screen and hit the like at the top. I'm going to ask y'all this. Do you know an anti-Semite in real life? Do you know someone in real life that is anti-Semitic? I'm trying to sit here and think, like, I don't know a true anti-Semite in my real life. Like, I don't think I know anybody. What's up, Sonny?
I mean, it's happening all this green with the ambulances. What's happened there? Why? This is only because of the war in Iran, because of the war in Gaza. People get so angry, and people, unfortunately, mixing up Jewish people with Zionism, because secular Zionists, they cannot identify. But they see people like me, oh, he's the Zionist, he's the Jew. They're mixing up between Judaism and Zionism. So this has happened. I mean, you know what I'm speaking about, the ambulances and all this. This is... They're erasing all the anti-Semitism, and then they come to cry, oh, this is anti-Semitic. I say every time for the police, they're coming to protect us and protect in our neighborhood. I told them, I'm very thankful you're coming to protect us. Very nice, very good. But you don't need. You don't have just take out one Palestinian flag, and this will answer all the questions. Finish.
No, I'm not going to lie, man. There are some damn anti-Semites out here. Like, I would say the KKK, like, I remember that Jerry Springer episode, bro. That shit was crazy. He was talking crazy about that group of people, man. So I believe if you know anybody that's like KKK, white nationalists, man, listen, man, they might just be anti-Semitic.
Don't need it. We don't need the police protection. The Muslims don't hate us. They hate Zionists. When they will see we are against the state of Israel, they have no problem with Jews. You will don't see even one incident. So again, I come back to the point. You're speaking also about affairs. The Zionists don't saving Jews. The Zionists just creating hatred against Jews and making Jews in danger. And what you speak about about what's happened in the
Yeah, he just kept calling him a bastard. Y'all remember that Jerry Springer episode I'm talking about? Who remembers that Jerry Springer episode I'm talking about, man, where they had that KKK dude up there, man, talking crazy, bro?
The Holocaust. Firstly, before we going in any explanation, the Holocaust doesn't justify to rob away land from other people. If you want a land, go claim from the Nazis to give you a part of their land. I don't know, there are no Nazis today. I mean, go to them, go to Germany to ask for a land. What, the Palestinians didn't make the Holocaust? Why they have to pay the bill what the Nazis has done? I mean, this is completely unreasonable. If the nations in the world wants to help Jewish people, fine. Say for America, give them the state of Florida for the Jewish people. We are also not allowed to take that. As we are in exile, we have sworn by God not to go out of exile. However, if you want to give them, give them. Say for England, please, give them Newcastle for Jewish people. Very nice. What do you want from the Palestinians? They didn't make the Holocaust. Firstly. Secondly, as I told you, Zionism don't save Jewish people from a Holocaust.
You said, am I being indoctrinated, host? Why does a person that don't like Jewish people call an anti-Semite? Why not be calling racist? Why not an anti-Semite? Well, they are racist too. They're racist and anti-Semitic, I guess. You know, they're both. Because they don't like niggas either. You know what I'm saying? They don't like niggas either. So, in fact, they are racist as well.
They're only bringing anti-Semitism on that.
It's been a difficult 2.5 years especially, and I mean it looks like war is not going to stop anytime soon, although we hope it does. War with Iran and a bigger regional war. What's your thoughts on the future?
Give a look. I'm not. I'm a Jewish rabbi, but I'm not a prophet. But I can just say, from the religious point of view, I mentioned it before, according to the Torah, the state of Israel will come to an end. It's written in the Torah in Numbers 14, verse 41, a rebellion against God cannot be succeed. The state of Israel will come to an end. We hope and pray to a peaceful end. And that the whole land from the river to the sea will go back to the Palestinians. How it will happen, I know people say, oh.
See, that's the thing. Top Cat, when you say something like anti-Semitism isn't a real word made up in the 1800s by Zionists, fact, y'all. Well, if it was made up in the 1800s, Top Cat, it's fucking 2026. I mean, we like damn near, if not 200 years or more in, and shit's real now. Maybe it just didn't exist prior to 1800 would be the better way to say it. To say it's not real and the shit's been here for a long ass time is kind of crazy. I'm just going to, logically, I mean, you got to say, I mean, you don't have to say it, but I would say that maybe it didn't exist prior to that. But to say it's not real and shit, we're come on, man.
I say every time I pray to God, it should happen in a peaceful way. People say, oh, cannot be, this will cost millions of lives. I say every time for people, no, just open, remember yourself what's happened for 35 years ago. I don't know if it's in new times.
They shut down the stream. What the hell y'all mean they shut down the stream?
It was in my times.
Yes, and it was 1990 when the USSR disappeared. The USSR was one of the second world power. It was one of the greatest powers. And for people to think that the USSR will come to an end, people think this cannot be, this will happen with millions of lives. It didn't cost even one single life. Even not one single life. In the second example, you see that in South Africa. It's cost lives in South Africa, but not so much as people think it will cost millions of lives. It's cost much, much, much less than this. So that proves that there is a way. If there is a will, there is a way. And this is always my message to the United Kingdom and to the United States and to the EU, for they're helping Israel so blindly, so blindly.
You said, what do you call someone who doesn't like, what? Chinese, black, white, or Mexican? It kind of fucking depends. It kind of depends, because I know that a lot of these African countries, Africans and islanders, and a lot of people don't like black people. I don't call them all racist. I call white folks racist. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, when I know that the Hispanic community doesn't like some niggas. I don't know. I don't know what I would call it. I just don't call it racist. Racism for me kind of exclusively goes to white people. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little fucked up, chat.
Maybe they have a good intention. They want to help Jews, and they're mixing up between Jews and Zionists, and they want to help Jews. Could be. And I'm not a god to judge them.
Hey, Curtis said, hurry up, play the video. Because they have different terms for it. You said, why is that? Because they have different terms for it. Like, in Hispanic culture, we covered it over here. It's called, like, what was it, chat? La Mana Rosa. You know, so shit, when I'm talking about it, and I'm talking about the divide between the Latinos community and the black community, now that I know the term La Mana Rosa, that's what I call it. It's for the betterment of the race. I don't think that they just hate black people. I think that they have a culture of bettering their race. They know that black Americans in America are at the bottom of the totem pole right now. Like, shit, when it comes to finances and education and shit, we're at the bottom right now. So that's what I mean by not always call it racist, because there are different terms. Now, are we gonna say that that's not a true term when I just did a whole live stream about it?
Intentions. But the deeds, what they're doing is completely wrongly. They don't help Jews with the state of Israel. The state of Israel just bringing Jews into danger. If you want to help Jews, please bring a peaceful end to the state of Israel. And again, if there is a will, there is a way. And the USSR is the proof of that. South Africa is the proof of that. The state of Israel will come to an end. We hope in a peaceful way. The land will go back to the Palestinians. It doesn't mean that Jews have to be killed. No, we can continue living in Palestine like we live in Iran, like we live in Morocco, like we live in Turkey, like we live in Iraq, like we live in all Muslim countries peacefully. We can continue live in Palestine, but give back the government completely to the Palestinians, from the river to the sea. And then Jews and Muslims can live there together, side by side. And
that's like saying, like we know that the different groups inside the Latino community don't really like each other, like Guatemalans and Salvadorians and Mexicans and shit. So are we gonna say that's racism too, or is it something different? It's just a little different. You know what I'm saying? Anti-Semitism, that's their term. I know what the fuck they mean when they're talking about it. When someone says La Mana Rosa, whatever the term is, I know what they mean, what they're talking about. It's just a little different.
Again, under a Palestinian government, under a Palestinian flag. And again, according to the Torah, this will happen. I'm not a politician, but this will happen according to the Torah. I just say that, again, from the Jewish perspective, from the Jewish religion, from Numbers 14, verse 41. The state of Israel will come to an end. Hopefully it will happen in our days. They will come to an end, into a peaceful end, and the land will go back to the...
All right, chat. We finna get into something else. What was that I had pulled up? All right, hold on. I got it right here, chat. Everyone hit the like button right quick for me. We finna get into that Tucker talking about Christians getting banned. And then we gonna I guess take some call-ins. We'll take some call-ins. I gotta go get my food though, chat. I'm not gonna lie, I got hungry. I got a hibachi plate in there, chat. I'm talking about rice with the vegetables and the steak, man. I got a steak hibachi plate in there, and I need to go grab it.
Bishop Strickland, thank you so much for doing this. What do you make of the closure of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre by Israeli authorities on Palm Sunday?
Well, really, Tucker, probably some things have developed even since the last thing I saw, but it looked like they were deciding to open it after all or whatever. To me, really, Tucker, this comes down to a consequence of the evil that we see, that we're witnessing. And I think we need to pay attention to it in that context. As we already discussed, the large-scale destruction of civilian life is never morally justifiable by any nation, by any entity, for any reason. It's just not. And to me, the closure of the Holy Sepulchre, the holy site for us, there's so many in the Holy Land, but the closure of that and the not allowing the procession of Palm Sunday is a tragic consequence of just how far off the mark really the world is at this point in so many ways. And what's going on there, we must speak calmly, lovingly, clearly, that no, we can't allow this. And the closure to me is just one of many tragic consequences where this has to be addressed. And we've got to keep going back to that principle that the large-scale destruction of civilian life can never be morally justified.
Amen. And I'm glad to hear at least one religious leader in the United States say that so clearly. I think that any believing Christian would agree with that as a foundational part of the faith. But you're hearing just the opposite, and I want to ask you about that in just a minute. But you don't seem like you believe that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was closed for, quote, safety reasons.
Well, I really don't know, Tucker. And maybe for some making those decisions, that's the reason. But why is it? Why would it be judged to be a place that is unsafe? Because of this chaos that surrounds it. Yes. So, like I said, I think it's a consequence of everything we're seeing, which is immoral and is destructive to humanity. In very significant ways. You're a man of history, and we all need to be people of history. And if we look at history, these days will be marked in history as a very devastating time, similar to things that we can look back in the last 100 years, 200, 2,000 years, that when these kind of moral aberrations begin to just take over, we need to speak up. And I really don't know the motivation for the closure of the Holy Sepulchre. I mean, I can surmise.
Well, that closed it, but I believe Netanyahu made a Twitter post and said that he opened it up for that that Latin priest. I believe it was a Latin priest that they had closed it when he was trying to go there and hold mass. And then Netanyahu made a post and said that he opened it up for him.
It's a lot of things. The possible reopening or partial that I've heard about, I don't know if even that's accurate. That's part of, I know, what you're fighting, and what we're all fighting is so much misinformation, so many false messages. It's really hard to know what is true.
Yes.
And that's why I think it's so important, and I will be a broken record repeating, we can never justify the large-scale destruction and devastation of civilian life as morally justifiable. We can't do that. And I think we have to keep going back to that home base with all the chaos that we're all dealing with.
I think one of the things that we can say is that Christianity, targeted or not, the core tenets of Christianity, whether on purpose or not, is often in the crosshairs. We know that, I believe, talking to people in Jerusalem this morning, that there were no synagogues completely closed. And we know that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was not closed during the last 2 world wars. We know that the idea.
So that's supposed to be where Jesus's tomb was, right, Chad? That's supposed to be where Jesus was, right?
Idea was to have a Catholic leader and 3 others in there for a live stream service, and that was banned. So it's hard to understand how this was done for safety reasons. And moreover, I wasn't aware that the government, the secular government of Israel, owned the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, or, by the way, the Dome of the Rock, or any other religious building owned by someone else in East Jerusalem. I mean, where does this authority come from that you can just close someone else's church?
Well, I don't think it is true authority, and it's basically totalitarian, saying we've got the power, we've got the bombs, we can do what we want. And that is, again, as we look at history and we look at this moment, that is about as scary as it gets to have that attitude. And sadly, we're seeing that attitude. We are the ones with the power, so we are the ones calling the shots. Forget what is moral, forget what is true, forget what is historic, has historic precedent. I mean, I'm sure both of us, for several years now, I get tired of the word unprecedented because we hear it all the time, but we're living in unprecedented times. For all the more reason we need to go back to foundational pillars of life and faith. Of course, as a Catholic bishop, Jesus Christ is that pillar that we keep returning to, listening to him, looking at the model of his life, which flies in the face of anything violent. And that doesn't mean that he was not addressing the terrible issues of his time. I mean, you used the phrase in the crosshairs. Cross is where Jesus Christ died. And ironically, Tucker, and I'm sure it isn't lost on you, that in my experience as a bishop and a priest, Holy Week is always a time where things are in the crosshairs, and it's different issues and different situations historically, but there's something about Holy Week that calls us back to who is Jesus Christ? Do we believe him or not? And if we do, we must morally be guided by his light. We must.
It suggests that there's something else going on here, perhaps influenced by the spiritual war ongoing around us, that Christians would be the target, since it is, at its core, a religion that opposes violence against innocence and the destruction of innocence. And so here, I mean, a totalitarian regime, at least as you think of it in your mind, or I do, targets violence against its enemies. It's, the threats. There's nothing less threatening than 4 Christian clergymen standing in an empty church, live streaming the sacraments. But they went after those guys. So what does that tell you of all the enemies? Why are they the threat?
Really, Tucker, what it tells me is that truth is threatening. And if you think about the drama of Holy Week, which we in the Catholic faith are in the midst of, when Jesus Christ is before Pilate, and that is historic reality for whatever your faith perspective, this Jesus of Nazareth stood before Pilate, the leader of the Roman Empire that was stationed there in Jerusalem. And Pilate says, "What is truth?" And the mob that was there, Pilate himself, everyone was threatened by this Jesus who we know, we believe, is truth incarnate. He is the truth. And as he's standing there, really, Tucker, I think that is what's threatening to those who are not living by the truth and humbly seeking the truth, which we all have to do. I don't claim to have it all figured out, but I look to Christ because he is the truth. For those who are promoting all of these things, closure of holy sites and attack of innocent people.
What's up, Nita?
They are definitely threatened by the truth, not by some propaganda, but by the real truth. They find it threatening. And to me, that really what Cardinal Pizzaballa and the others were going to try to do, just a live stream, very small scale, really, that was threatening because it's about proclaiming truth that really begins to cause people of good hearts, whether they have faith or not, it causes the human instinct to say, wait a minute, what's going on? When they hear truth, that is disruptive, not in a violent way, but just because truth cuts through it all. That's what they're afraid of. I truly believe that.
So we're still in the middle of Lent, inching closer and closer to Holy Week, the days leading up to Easter.
In many situations, I'm a bishop who doesn't even have a diocese anymore, but I do have an apostolic call that I take very seriously. And I say to myself, to you, Tucker, as a good man seeking truth, and all of us who are in this, we need to take a breath. We need to calm our hearts, and we need to simply seek the truth. I believe, and I feel compelled to proclaim to the world, we know the truth. The truth sets us free. It's Jesus Christ. And certainly that was the threat that the Romans and the Jewish leaders wanted to get rid of. That's historic reality. They plotted to rid themselves of this truth problem. And in many ways, we see the same thing repeated. I mean, it gets masked in a lot of ways, but and I pray daily for the leaders of the world, for every nation, for leaders who have the power and the responsibility in this moment to go back to those basic principles. They need to take a deep breath and ask themselves, is this true, what I'm promoting, what I'm doing? Is it about the truth that sets us free? And when we ignore the truth, that is when we are the most bound by violence and evil. And we're seeing it played out in our lifetime, right in these moments, on the TV screen, on our phone screens, on the airwaves. We're seeing ignoring truth has consequences, and it comes down to each of us individually. When we ignored the truth that I am a sinful man who needs to repent and I need to seek the light that is Jesus Christ, when we try to hide that, to ignore it, to eliminate it, it doesn't go away. It will not be eliminated any more than killing Jesus Christ on a cross in the first century eliminated the truth that he is. Truth will not be eliminated, but a lot of innocence can be harmed when we think we can avoid the truth and do it our way and do it with our power. When we go down that path, it's destructive in so many ways, even to those individuals that are doing it. But the tragedy is there's so many innocents that get lost in it that we must speak against innocent lives being just, the term is collateral damage, but that in itself says we have to be very careful about allowing our hearts to harden, that we just use terminology for innocents dying. Oh, they're just collateral damage.
May I ask you to go back for a second as a Protestant myself who's often heard the term just war theory, which I think derives from Augustine, but I could be wrong. Can you summarize that for people who aren't familiar with what it is, just in broad terms? What's a justified war?
Well, there are 4 basic points, and I can't claim that I can get all of them as, it's pretty simple. Most of the time, the truth is pretty simple. But it has to be, the just war theory is based on, if war, which should be avoided if at all possible, if it is to be justified, it has to be proportionate. It has to be, it can't be preemptive. It really, Tucker, goes back in a lot of ways to the right to self-defense, the right to self-defense of one person, the right to self-defense of a nation. That is really the core of the just war theory. It has to be a real threat, not a perceived threat, not a future threat, but a real threat. It has to be in proportion. I mean, putting it on the just person-to-person context. I mean, somebody slaps you, you don't shoot them. That is not proportional.
Yes.
It has to avoid harming innocents that are really have nothing to do with whatever the conflict is.
What's up, Jared? Yeah, a lot of innocents have been hurt. The U.S. has taken credit for some crazy stuff over this time period, and we know that civilians are getting pummeled over their civilians, both sides,
in any direct way. And so those basic points are what you have to look at. It has to have a reasonable expectation of success, that this will accomplish the protection of innocence that it should be about. Those points are what we have to keep looking at. And like I said, there probably aren't many wars in human history that would qualify as meeting all the criteria. Some meet more than others. But I don't know that this present conflict, they're not even...
I don't know, man. You said it's a fact that people lived in modern day Israel 2,000 years ago would have looked like Arabic men. I don't know if that's a fact, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I mean, that shit's... Let me stop. I'll wait till we open up the phone line.
Even calling it a war, and I think that tells us something.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. You gotta look at the map too, man.
But this present conflict, I don't know that it qualifies on any of those points. Because, yes, there was some threat there, but was it justifiable to immediately address that threat, which seemed to be a future threat that may have been very real? I don't claim to know all of that, but I think the leaders are challenged to really look more deeply at that. And certainly the idea that of protecting innocence, honestly, I mean, and again, I haven't been in any war rooms or heard the real discussion, but it seems, and what we're seeing, it's like we can expect and we can plan for the collateral damage, which should be always stated as we can plan for innocents to die because of this action, because that's what collateral damage really is talking about. So that, I think, is a reasonable, probably not the most scholarly exposition of the just war theory, but those are the basic points. And again, if people say, it gets so complicated, just think about defending yourself, defending your home, defending your family. You can't go out and, you have a neighbor that's talking crazy and go and put a bomb in their front yard. I mean, that's not proportionate. That is not reasonable. And it has to be something that is a reasonable, and I think one of the greatest points of the just war theory is it likely to be successful? Is it likely to have an outcome that brings more peace, more protection, not just to the individuals that you're specifically responsible for, but brings it to the world? And so I think that we've got to honestly assess what is happening and acknowledge that no nation seems to be really, and I love the United States. I was raised as a patriotic kid. I still believe in a lot of the principles, but when we lose sight of the basic principles of our founding as a nation, or as of our faith of Christianity, or whatever our faith is, those basic principles have to guide us. And we can't allow.
I'm just trying to figure out when black people left. That's what I'm trying to ask. Y'all saying 2,000 years ago was all Middle Eastern people over there. Like, when the fuck did black people leave? Just same way y'all do Egypt. Like, when did niggas leave? Let's just be honest, man. When did the black people leave? Like, we understand. We know what the map looks like. We know where Israel is positioned right there. It's on the same tectonic plate as Africa. I'm just trying to figure out when you know what I'm saying, like at what point did niggas leave? Because you saying 2,000 years ago. So before 2,000 years ago, niggas was there. Or niggas was just never there. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Popular opinion or political agendas to override those basic moral values that should be the pillars that found us, that stabilize everything that is shaking in the world today.
And a lot of people hesitate before getting traditional therapies for cholesterol.
I'm just asking when did black people leave?
Is that consistent with a just war?
No. And as you said, Tucker, we have to acknowledge that it is to directly do that is wrong, is immoral. Going back to that basic principle I started with, anytime civilian life is devastated, it's not done morally. It's not something we can just turn a blind eye and say, well, we got to do this. The large-scale destruction of civilian lives is never morally justified. Like I said, if I'm a broken record making that point, I believe I need to be, because the more I think about that, the more I pray about that, the more I look at what's happening, it says, let's put a stop to this. Let's pull back from this. And I understand from, what I see in the news that there are efforts of talking about some sort of solutions, but the talk seems to always have much less focus and much less power behind it than the bombs and the destructive forces. I guess that is, by human nature, maybe that's somewhat natural, that when you've got the power, it's hard to restrain yourself from using it. We see that played out in so many ways. But that is...
All right, chat, you funny, Top Cat. I see what you said. You funny, man. All right, let's get into something else right quick, man. Where we at with it, man? Jesse Water. I ain't trying to see what the hell you got talking about. Myron debated some people today. I don't really want to watch that either. And, chat, did y'all see that they're investigating the helicopter, the Army helicopter that flew by Kid Rock's house? Did y'all see that? Yeah, I'm just gonna read chat, bro. It's so we just gonna read chat, man. Now's the time to get all your questions out, trolling, whatever, man. I ain't even... Dude was getting kind of boring. I ain't gonna lie, he was just talking. He was just talking, man. Chat, how do y'all feel about this? The guy stepping down from the UN, saying that they're preparing for Iran to I can't play no music, OG. You know I can't play no music. The only reason I play the music on the intros is because my song or my partner song. Yeah, we 4 hours in, they're gonna clip us for the music or copyright it for sure. But I watched it in the Discord for sure. Yeah. Do y'all see this conflict ending in the next week or two, chat? They're calling for the conflict. They say it might be over with in a week or two, man. I think that's really telling that Trump said he'll end the deal without the Strait of Hormuz. I think that's a really telling sign, or it's a bluff, and he finna get ready to pull some strings. It's crazy. Yeah, even if the war ends, the consequences will be felt for a while. Yeah, there's no way. We got the #1 pharmaceutical company for generic drugs being taken out today. That's gonna hurt a lot of people, Chad. That's going to hurt. That could actually cause the insurance companies to buckle. That right there could cause the insurance companies to just completely buckle. 90% of the generic drugs were just taken offline. Yeah, that could cause a lot of people to pass away and insurance to buckle. It's crazy. Yeah, it'll force us to go holistic. I was having that conversation with somebody earlier, Vaughn. People was like, well, what do I need to do to prepare? I was like, man, shit, start prepping, man. Get you some canned goods, start you a garden, get you some life straws. You'll have to go holistic, find you somebody who has herbs. And I've never been just a person that was with the herbs and shit, chat. But I might have to go get me the little herbs that's for the headaches and coughs and whatever the shit it is, man. Might have to go to the little, see the little herb partner. For sure. Generator. Also, I'm gonna give me a little solar panel, chat, like just something small. I'm not gonna go crazy with the solar panels. I'm gonna just get like a small solar panel so I can at least, power a couple things up. Probably get a couple small solar panels. I seen some on Amazon for like $100. Yeah, first aid, but you have to understand first aid as well. Like we can give first aid kits too, but we gotta understand, we gotta know what to do in certain situations. For sure. First aid and get first aid and water while you can and understand first aid. It's crazy. I'm just waiting for damn Velveeta macaroni and cheese to hit $17 a box. It's gonna be crazy, Chad. That shit's already kind of high. I ain't gonna lie. It shit's hit $17 a box for Velveeta. The little Idaho potatoes, $6.25 a pack. Shit's crazy. Yeah, I actually have a book set over here, Mr. Jones. I have this complete set right here. I have this complete set of books right here. This is the Handyman. It's the Handyman Encyclopedia. Do it yourself. I have the complete set right here too, chat. Like the whole complete set. So I've been doing a little thing. Yeah. 50 pounds of seed potatoes and get you 300 pounds of potatoes. Yeah. Yeah, I know. When I picked it up, that's what I was thinking, Mr. Jones. When I picked up that set of books, I was like, man, I think that was a pretty good pickup. I was actually proud of that pickup, man. You said stock up. Yeah. Have y'all seen those meal prep kit things that they have? Like not the meal prep kits, y'all know what I mean. Like the survival kits where they mail you like damn 365 days of meals. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. All right, they got a 4-week emergency food kit for like $300. How much is this one? Long-term emergency food supply. Oh shit, they got everything on here, bro. 360 servings for $1,000, $960 to get you 360 servings. That might not be bad, Chad. I ain't gonna lie. I'll probably buy the one that's for 4 weeks or 2 weeks or something. Oh, nah, this don't look like enough food, bro. Oh, each serving kit. Nah, I don't know, bro. It's 60 pounds of food. Emergency food has a 25-year shelf life. All right, so you get 360 servings, but it's not just meals. Like one package or something might be 6 packages of Southwest beans and rice is 24 servings. So you'd have to, use some leftovers or something, obviously. 4 packages of macaroni is 16 servings. It's a little crazy. That's apocalypse food, plug. It definitely is apocalypse food. That is apocalypse food, man. And hey, Michael, the way the world going, man. Hey, man. Hey, I ain't got no problem with hamburger helper, Shell. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Excuse my language. I don't know what you talking about. But hey, man. A little beef stroganoff, a little hamburger helper ain't hurt nobody, man. Season that bad boy up right, Chad, man. Who ride with me on the hamburger helper, man? I'm like, hey, man, listen. Hey, man. Shit, that was one of my favorite meals growing up. The little beef stroganoff. I'm punishing the beef stroganoff, Chad. Punishing that hamburger. What? Put it on a little slice of white bread, Chad, with that white bread on side of it. Man, that shit's a hit every time. You can live off sardines. I've never eaten a sardine, chat. Is that crazy, chat? Is that crazy that I've never in my life eaten a sardine? Not one. Never tried it, never tasted it. I've never tried a sardine. I got me a plate full. You eating some right now? I've never tried a sardine. They be putting them in hot sauce and in oil, and you love some top ramen, Paul? Yeah, see, I get down with that ramen. You know, I put that ramen together like no other, man. Put that shit together, man. You said I'm not from New Orleans. Hell no, I'm not from New Orleans. You like ramen noodles with a can of corn? See, chat, I like putting mashed potatoes in my ramen. If I'm just gonna, get something that's gonna stick to you, something that's gonna be very filling. Yeah, I'm riding with the mashed potatoes over the corn, bro. Like, man, the ramen noodles, man, with the mashed potatoes in the chat is really a hit, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That shit's a hit, bro. Trust me, I know shit's a hit, bro. Real talk, Chay. Top Cat, I'm telling you, that shit's a hit, bro. Ramen with eggs, beef strips, and the fixings. Yeah, you gotta have some chips where your chips at, man. You could put the eggs in there. You got your protein, man. But the fixings, I guess the chips are the fixings. You know what I'm saying? With the chips and cheese and shit like that. Little tortilla. You know what I'm saying? Because after I come up out that cup with that ramen, not really the cup, the pot. But I already got all my fixings, and you know what I'm saying, on it. I'm gonna put that bad boy on a tortilla, chat. I'm telling you, man. Put a little bit of that butter, throw that tortilla in the pan, man. Get a little crisp, man. Come up out that bowl with your ramen and your chips and cheese and your protein and eggs, man. Ugh. Drop that bad boy on the tortilla, fold like a burrito, man. I'm telling you, chat. Put you on one. Telling you. What? The tortilla makes it so much better too, chat. I'm not gonna lie. The tortilla makes it so much better. Chat, do y'all like corn tortillas or flour tortillas? Layers? What the hell you mean layers? Layers with chili. I don't know what layers with chili is. Yeah, you gotta put some chili. If you got some chili with beans, that's gonna go good in that ramen too. Yes, I remember that, Vaughn. They did switch Chick-fil-A. That's when that dude said our timeline shifted, man. Say we in an alternate reality, man. Everybody's not from here. We not from this reality if we remember the old shit, man. I remember some people that passed away, Chad, and I seen them walking down the fucking street. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. It's like, damn, I remember when he passed away, like, shit, he back from the gulag, like, it was crazy, Chad. And some people was like, man, nah, he didn't die. Then my other partner was like, nah, he died, bro. So I wasn't the only one that thought he died. Y'all ain't seen anybody, chat. Have y'all experienced that somebody you know passed away, man? Like somebody you know. I mean, like in real life, not on TV or an actor. I mean, do you know somebody in real life that you kind of remember passing away and they're just here? It's just crazy, bro. It's like I seen a nigga walking down the street. I'm like, bro, that nigga died, bro. I look at my partner. I'm like, bro, didn't that nigga die? And he was like, yeah. And we got the tripping. Then the other people around us was like, no, he didn't die. He didn't die. I'm like, man, nah, hell nah, bro. I got to looking at them a little crazy. Like, man, I don't ain't nigga dead, bro. You say it's a fed. He might be the police. I ain't gonna put that on him, man. I ain't gonna put that on him, man. But that was crazy. I remember a nigga dying, bro. Who was AP? Are you talking about in the chat? Yeah, we are finna hit some hard times, Michael, but that's what we gonna do over here, man. We gonna prepare, we gonna prep, man. We gonna get our canned goods together, we gonna learn. That's why y'all need to get in the Discord chat. Like, we're finna start doing those weekly calls, man. I told y'all to get in the Discord. We're gonna start doing the weekly calls where we gonna do the dehydrator. You know what I'm saying? The dehydrator to figure out, teach people how to make jerky. Go get your little dehydrator. We gonna, whatever, man. Whatever we gotta do. I'm gonna take y'all through me putting my garden together, tilling it and all of that, man. I'm telling you, Chad, we gonna do some shit, man, this year. Teach y'all how to have a fish fry. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna teach y'all how to have a fish fry in that Discord, man. I don't think y'all know what a fish fry is, Chad. Think y'all might know what a fish fry is, but I'm gonna show y'all a fish fry for real, man. You seen the real Dave Chappelle? I don't think that Dave Chappelle we seen the real one either. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get some catfish fillets, man. Cut them bad boys in half, man. And cut them bad boys in force. Put them in that grease, man. Some hush puppies, man. Get you a piece of white bread and some hot sauce, man, and get the hell out of my face. Telling y'all, Chad, that's how we do it, man. That's how we do it, Chad. Man, you talking about you don't want no catfish? Fuck it, Tony. Shit, bring your own food, man. bring you some red snap or whatever, man. Listen, man, I'm putting that catfish and them hush puppies in that grease. You gonna get a piece of white bread and some hot sauce and get the hell up out of here, man. That's how this shit going, Tony. This the real South, man. See, I forgot you from over there. Y'all bougie over there, man. Y'all bougie over there, man. Shit's crazy, man. Y'all bougie over there, man. Shit's crazy, man. Y'all being bougie over there. Tony talking about he don't eat catfish. That's all right, Tony. Yeah. Where the hell is it at? What's the definition of bougie? Acting like you better than you fucking is, man. Acting like you high class, upscale, bougie, too good for this, too good for that. I only drink out of a glass. I don't drink out of styrofoam. Bougie. You know what I'm saying? I only eat Chipotle. I don't eat Taco Bell. Semi bougie. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. You know, acting like you too good for something. Not being humble. Right. Like if you come to the fish fry and I hand you a solo red cup and you like, I don't drink out of solo red cups. I need a glass. I'm gonna call your ass bougie and tell you to get this catfish, hush puppies, piece of white bread and hot sauce and get the hell out of my face. Straight up. Shit. Top Cat, we finna have to treat y'all niggas like y'all know I can't eat seafood, so we finna have to treat y'all niggas like y'all got a damn catfish allergy, man. What y'all eat? What's that shit that's not catfish? They be trying to pass off as catfish, chat. What's that shit called? They be trying to pass off as catfish. Can you eat that, Top Cat? Can you eat that imitation catfish? What's that shit, man? And what's that shit called? Nah, not tilapia. Is it swai? It might be swai. Man, it's something, man. You can eat that shit. We'll put some of that shit in the pot for you, Top Cat. We'll drop a little of that shit in the oil, man. That's swai. We'll put a little swai in that oil for you. Buffalo, that's what it is. We're gonna put some buffalo in there for you. We're gonna put some buffalo in there, man. Fuck it. Top Cat don't and Tony don't eat catfish, man. We got some buffalo for them, man. We're gonna put some buffalo in there for you, man. Some of that big bone buffalo. You gonna drop some bullshit somehow, but Corey, you can't get nowhere near the grease. Corey, you think we're gonna let you come to the barbecue and cook anything? You're crazy as hell. We already told you, Corey. You just need to show up. Just bring good vibes and good energy, Corey World. We don't want you to bring nothing. Nothing. We don't think you wash your hands, Corey World. You just come. Just show up, man. You can bring the speaker and we can listen to some music. You said free Cuba. Man, Cuba a little fucked up right now. Free Cuba from the oil embargo or free Cuba from its crazy regime? I don't trust Corey to bring the white bread, Top Cat. I'm just gonna be honest. Corey World gonna smash the fucking bread. Now come on, chat. Y'all know Corey World gonna smash the white bread, bro. We ain't man that bread gonna be flat as hell. Yeah. You know how the bread that look like a what's that shit called, chat? A rhombus. You know how the bread be a little off-centered. It's still square, but it's just a little crooked. You know what I'm saying? The bread got that little slant. It's like off-centered. Y'all know what I'm talking about? How the bread be like this, man. That's how Corey World gonna have the bread. Corey World gonna have the bread a little off-centered, man. That shit's crazy. Ah, shit, at the fish fry here, you talking about blue ribbon or Wonder Bread, fuck around be Clover Valley here. Shit, it's white bread, ain't it? Shit, fuck around be Clover Valley, man, that Dollar General bread. That bread you could ball up and it pop back out on you. Ball that shit up here, pop right back out. This shit crazy. Hey, Chad, I ain't ashamed. When it come to me, man, kicking it, I'm from the South for real, man. As long as y'all got a speaker, some shit cooking, a spades table, dominoes table, a basketball goal or something, hey, man, I ain't too tripping, man. Long as you wash your hands before you cook, man. I don't give a damn. We can have off-brand sodas. We can have cheap beers. I don't give a damn, Chad. I ain't too proud, man. Real talk. Do I consider Virginia the South? I used to didn't. I used to not think Virginia was, I mean, I knew it was always considered the South, but I'm like, it's not really South, but nah, Virginia the South. Virginia the South. It's a little different though, DMV, because it is a DMV vibe, but moving through Virginia, like driving through Virginia and shit, yeah, nah, Virginia's the South, bro. No, I used to listen to Kiki. I'm gonna tell you, I was listening to some Houston music earlier. I was listening to that J Dog Ride on Foes. I listened to that song earlier. Say, I got my legs sitting low like a Honda Civic. And I listened to that J Dog earlier. You say you currently in Maryland and it feels like the South. It's just a different accent that the DMV has, you know? It's kind of like the DMV doesn't really sound like the South. I mean, like I said, it might look like the South and, you know, be treated like the South. I haven't lived there. Driving through there, yeah, it looks like the South, but it's the accent, though. It's the accent. Accent doesn't sound Southern at all. I like Lil Kiki on Draped Up and Dripped Out. Lil Kiki, Bon B, and all them when they did that Draped Up and Dripped Out remix. Big Terrible Texas, Lil Kiki the Don. I like this song. Yeah, I have a lot of family in Virginia. I got family in Virginia. I'm not from there though. Never lived there. I'm from the deep south for real, Chad. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, UGK. You listen to salsa and reggaeton, I don't. But yeah, I'm from the deep south, Chad. I ain't gonna lie. You said, is it because I don't understand Spanish? Nah, it's kind of like, I just don't like the beach, really. Like, I mean, it's cool for what it is. It's just that I don't really like the beach. It's like too fast. Like they be dancing fast as hell. I used to be in a club full of that shit, man. I ain't gonna lie. When I'm in a club full of that shit, all that fast moving and shit, I ain't with it. Get in there off a damn 5, 6 shots of Patron, and y'all want me to, you know what I'm saying, get the dancing all fast and shit, man. I might throw up in this bitch, Chad. Come on, man. Picture me off 4, 5 shots of Patron trying to dance to some reggaeton or salsa, man. I'ma throw up all over y'all, man. The hell is going on, man? I'm full of that shit, man. Y'all want me to move around? Hell nah. Nah, man. Chat, I'm one of those people, chat. When I get drunk, man, I don't act ignorant. I don't get loud. I goes the fuck home. I know what time it is, chat. I'm finna go to sleep, man. I ain't finna do too much arguing. I'm not gonna get emotional, man. I'm finna find somewhere comfortable where I'm preferably at the fucking house or at the room that I'm in, and I'm going to sleep, man. That shit's over with, bruh. I got time to be in this bitch salsa dancing and shit. I'm drunk as a motherfucker, man. Go on. Shit, I'm drunk as a motherfucker, man. Carry my ass home. For real. Even when I'm like hanging out, chat, like when I go out somewhere, I'm for sure not getting drunk. Like I have like a 1.5, 2 drink max when I go out. It just how it is, Chad. I'm just not gonna be getting too drunk out. Now, if I'm at the kickback with, you know what I'm saying, people I grew up with, or a family gathering, family reunion, you know, fish fry, some shit, oh, I'm gonna get throwed. But immediately after I get throwed, I'm going home. I'm going home, man. Instantly, man. I'm going home. Matter of fact, before I get too drunk, I'm finna secure my way home. Make sure, man, I got the keys, everything, man. Hey, we finna get ready to go in about 20, 30 minutes, man. I'm about there. Shit, it's about time to go. Shit, it's about time to go. Hell. Plug, you coming back? Hell no, I ain't even gonna lie to you. You know how some people be lying like, yeah, I'm finna go over here and I'm gonna come back. I don't even lie, chat. I'm gonna tell you, hell no, I'll catch y'all later. So weird. I'm drunk as a motherfucker. I'm gonna tell them just like that. Hell no, I'm drunk as a motherfucker. I'm going home. Real talk, chat. Anybody that know me knows, like, shit. I ain't gonna make you feel good about it or nothing. Like, yeah, I'll be back. Nah, man. Had a good time, man. I'll catch y'all on the next one, man. I enjoyed it. Shit. Good night, Ree. Good night, Ree. I don't know what an Irish goodbye is. What's up, Dom? Yeah, I don't even know what an Irish goodbye is, man. Oh, chat, and trust me, if it's some food over there, man, I'm gonna go on and start getting my plate and shit ready. You know, the to-go plate. You know that bad boy that's gonna try that you gonna eat at home, and you hopefully it shake you back. Oh yeah, I'm getting that to-go plate ready, man. I'm going. Hey, this how you know Plug about full of that shit. When I get to asking where the plate's at, man, we already done ate once and then we hung out, been getting drunk and shit. When I ask where the plate's at again, the second time I ask where the plate's at, know that I'm getting ready to go. It's shit about over with, boy. It's shit about over with, man. It's shit about over with, man. Go get me a plate to go, man. Good night, Jared. Good night, Shell. Shit. Irish goodbyes when you leave without saying anything to anyone. Hell no, I'm not Irish goodbye. Man, listen, that's damn near a sin in the black community, the Irish goodbye. Man, listen, it's two things that you do not do in the black community. You don't show up without speaking, and you don't leave without letting folks know you leaving, man. Now, that's just some shit you don't do, man. That's just some shit you don't do, man. You don't go nowhere and just show up and don't speak. And when I say speak, I mean damn near shake hands and kiss babies with everybody. You better speak, man. You see somebody, you speak. And when you getting ready to leave, you do the same fucking rounds. If you a little too drunk, you just wave by to everybody like, all right, y'all. But you say something. You say something. No damn Irish goodbyes in the black community, man. Shit. If a motherfucker get on your ass, they'll follow you to the car. Damn, you ain't gonna say bye. You ain't gonna go tell such and such bye. You know you ain't singing it. When the next time you gonna see, you ain't gonna tell such and such bye. Shit, man, what? Damn, Chad. I got yum sauce on my elbow. Shit, man, it's crazy. Yeah, I ain't going nowhere drinking and shit, man. Out of the country. Chad, I do want to travel, man, but I don't know where to fucking go. Like, man, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Right now, it doesn't seem like anywhere is safe to go. This shit is crazy, Chad. I'm finally able to travel anywhere in the world. And it ain't nowhere to fucking go. It's crazy. Then I damn sure not trying to go nowhere where English isn't the primary language right now. At going somewhere where English isn't the primary language, you might just be fucked up right now. I ain't gonna lie, Chad. Man, you can speak Spanish fluently. I can't. I'm gonna be fucked over, man. I'm gonna tell you. And all I'm gonna do is be listening for numbers, man. They get to speaking Spanish around me, man. I'm gonna get to listening for numbers. Real talk, man. I'm gonna get to listening for numbers and shit. Nah, I ain't going with your ass nowhere, John. I ain't going with you to Mexico. Shit, man, I ain't going. Man, listen. Listen. I just told y'all that I don't want to go to Baltimore or Philly. You think I want to go to Mexico? Man, hell no, man. The hell no, man. I ain't going. Listen, man. Hell no. Shit. Colombia, man. Trump just said he's finna start. Man, I definitely don't want to go to Colombia. Shit, man, hell no. Do you see me? What the fuck I look like in Colombia right now in 2026? Me? Man, listen. Before I get on the plane to go to Colombia, they gonna flag the flight. They gonna think I'm on straight bullshit. Chad, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. They run my name, man, on a flight to Colombia, Chad. Man, TSA not even gonna let me get on the plane, bro. They gonna pull me to the side instantly. They not even gonna wait. They gonna search me before I depart and on upon return, man. What the fuck is this nigga going to Colombia for, man? Man, they just gonna know I'm on some bullshit. Then it's like, what I'm gonna go to Colombia for? To sightsee? Get some coochie, man. It's like they drugging and robbing people over there, man. What am I gonna do in Colombia, Chad? Like, let's be honest with it. Sometimes we want to go visit places and shit, but we gotta be rational. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do in Colombia, bro? Other than getting some bullshit, man. I feel like I'm the type of person to go to Colombia and the cartel just be like, you have no choice. You know what I'm saying? Had me swallowing bulbs and shit. What's that show, chat, where they're always at the international airports popping people, man? What's this show, man? Y'all gonna have me on this show, man. They're gonna be looking for coke bulbs in my stomach and shit, man. What's this show called? I don't think they be giving some of them people a choice. Locked up abroad, man. Nah, I'm talking about the one where they coming into the airport, man. They coming into the airport. I don't think it's locked up abroad because they be at like JFK. They be at like the international airports in America popping people. It's like Customs and Border Patrol or something. Go to the Philippines. Hell no, the Philippines talking about they got a damn energy crisis going on. Man, listen, Gerald, I be on Bigo, man. I seen them people in the Philippines, man. I'm telling you, I've watched 90 Day Fiance. I've seen them people on Bigo, man. The Philippines look poor as hell. I'm just gonna say it, man. The Philippines looks like a very poor country. They do have like the city where shit was looking modern and shit like that, but it's like, man, listen, you might take a wrong turn and be somewhere where it's all bad, and then they don't like black folks over there, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. I gotta go somewhere where, you know what I mean? I'm trying to get fucked over, man. No, Gerald. The women mess with us, man. Listen, they not fucking with niggas like that, man. In too many places in the world, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. You can go some places and they'll love you. They'll love you. But then other places it's just like you've been seeing the videos where it was the lady, man, come on, man. Y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. We ain't gonna play that game. What's up, Michael? I do want to be well traveled, man. I do want to be real travel M, but you see, I only recently am able to travel. And now that I'm able to travel, we're in the middle of the end of the fucking world. You know what I'm saying? You see how that kind of works. Like, of course, I've seen a lot of the United States. I've never left the United States, Chad. Never. And now that I can, it's too much shit going on. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's too much shit going on. Go to Africa. Man, I got some cool people in Africa. I know some people in Africa, man. They keep telling me to come to not Nigeria. They be telling me to come to Nigeria, but they say the traffic's so bad it take you like 4-5 hours to get, you know what I'm saying, anywhere over there. They say the traffic's terrible over there. In some countries you can live off 500 a month, yeah. But the quality of life in some countries you can live off, you know, a cheaper amount and have a equal or better quality of life. Some countries you can live off 500 and you might be in a decent living situation, but you go outside and it's looking crazy, man. Like crazy, man. I'm talking about no running water and nothing, bruh. Quality of life is shit. Like y'all seen those things. What country was that? Was that India? Man, where they just got the fucking rivers of trash and shit. Like, I don't care if I can live there for $500. I don't want to live around rivers of fucking trash, bro. I don't. I just don't want to live around rivers of trash, bro. They could tell me that I could live in that motherfucker for 100 a month. 100 a month. I don't want it, bro. I don't want to live around rivers of trash, bro. I'm sorry. And then you got to think too, as a traveler, I look like a walking lick, man. A walking fucking lick, man. Yeah, Chad, I wanted to go to Japan, but that shit a little too far now. Think I might have to settle for Canada. Shit, I might have to settle for Canada, Chad. Japan looking a little too far now. Thailand got an energy crisis. Japan's fuck, man. I ain't gonna lie, Chad. Australia has an energy crisis right now. Nepal just overthrew their government. I damn sure don't want to go to Nepal. They Gen Z just overthrew the government over there, Chad. Fuck, I look like going over there. I'm gonna be at the damn. I'm gonna be looking at the embassy, man. Y'all gonna look up and see a plug at the damn embassy. He tripping. He trying to get home. Hell nah. Y'all gonna help get me home, man. If I get to tripping, man, have to go to the embassy. come through Afghanistan, man. Ain't nothing ever in my life gonna make me go to Afghanistan, man. Listen, man. Short of a couple $1,000,000, bro, I promise you, I will never step foot in Afghanistan. For what? A lot of y'all just be wanting to do shit to do it, man. I'm one of those people where it's kind of like, for what? For what? What value is going to be added to me going to Afghanistan in 2026 and beyond, bro? None. None. Like, nah, bro, I'm cool. You had a dream I was over there. What we was kicking it, Pixie? We was over there kicking it, man. It's an experience. See, experiences get a lot of people fucked up. That's the thing, Chad. I'm a little practical, man. Experiences can get you fucked up. And you know what people gonna say is, first thing something you go to Afghanistan and some shit go on. First thing everybody in your family gonna say is, what the fuck was he doing in Afghanistan? What made that nigga go to Afghanistan? For what? It'll open my mind, man. Listen, Chad. I I don't care to open my mind to Afghanistan. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. It sounds a little fucked up, don't it? But it's my honest truth. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Some of y'all gonna lie like y'all care about this shit, man. Listen, I don't care to have my mind opened up to Afghanistan's culture, man. More power to those people. I hope they live a blessed life. But what the hell do I need to know about what they got going for? Like, why? It's some other shit I would rather experience. I'm just saying, man. Like, I don't give a damn what they got going over there. I really don't give a damn what they got going on in Africa. Yeah, I'll tell you, Jack. Cross the pond, really don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I care about, like I said, humanity. I'm not the biggest humanitarian, but I care about people. Like, I want them to live a nice life and shit. But far as going over there to open my mind to their culture, shit, for what? I'm just saying, for what, bro? I'd be better off going to the Civil Rights Museum again, man, right in Memphis. Real talk. I get more value going right over there to the Civil Rights Museum, man. To the Lorraine Motel, man. I don't want to go to Poland either. Chat, I told y'all where I would want to go. Somewhere like Japan. It's just a little too far shit going on right now. Now Japan, I would like to learn about Japanese culture because that interests me. You know what I'm saying? Like PlayStation and the video games and the Nintendo coming out and all of that and shit. And the city and the skyscrapers and just the being, you know, a futuristic society type shit. But then you go to a different part of Japan and it's really traditional. Like, I would enjoy some shit like that. Afghanistan, Poland and shit, man, I wouldn't enjoy that shit. I wouldn't enjoy that shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. I'm gonna be looking around like, why the fuck am I over here? Japan is expensive. Probably. Like South Korea, I go to South Korea. They're like, you know what I'm saying? It's some shit that like it's intriguing, it's futuristic, it's you know what I mean. If I was to go somewhere like it over there, like in the middle, I'd probably go to you know like Africa or something. I'd probably go to like Egypt. Probably go to Egypt. See what's up with Egypt. Trying to think of what else, man. I really don't know, Chad. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Hong Kong. Yeah, I would go over there to China, but shit, I don't know. China might not be the move right now either. Ain't gonna lie, China might not be the move. Trying to think of somewhere else that I would go. I would go to some countries in South America, just not like on an Amazon, you know what I'm saying? Like a little Amazon, whatever, trek, ride through the Amazon on a little, I don't know, Chad, because I fuck around and I don't know, Chad. Yeah, I go to some jungle Amazon shit. Greece, I don't know, man. It'd have to be some shit going on. Like it'd have to be some shit going on. Like if they were saying like, oh, they're having the Olympics, it's in Greece. Like, yeah, fuck it, let's go to Greece. But for me to just go to Greece, nah. It'd have to be some shit going on. Yeah, it'd have to be some shit going on. Yeah, Thailand, I thought about Thailand, but Thailand has that energy crisis going on right now. They're already starting to ration energy. Yeah, I don't want to go to North Korea. I'm gonna leave that shit alone. Let me pull up a map and see where I would want to go, Chad. Let's see, top 20 destinations globally. Paris, France, I'll pass. Koto, Japan, I'll go there. Rome, Italy, Bali, Indonesia. Okay, I'll go to Bali. It's probably a little fucked up right now. Dubai, UAE, not right now. What are getting bombed? Canada, maybe I go to Canada. You know, see what's going on. Hit a Raptors game or something. Florence, Italy. I'm not a big pasta fan, man. Tokyo, yeah, I go to Tokyo. Prague, where the hell is Prague at? Shit, she is capital city. It looks nice over there. The Swiss Alps, I'm not really a fan of shit being cold. Martyrs, this is in Africa. The coast of this African island. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I might go over there. Iguazu Falls in South America, straddling Argentina and Brazil. Oh, this shit looks a little modern, Chad. Hold on. Oh, no, it don't. See them waterfalls and shit, Chad. I don't know, man. I'll go over there. I'll go see that shit. Have me a good, a damn margarita. I drink some margaritas over there looking at the waterfall, man. Fuck it. Amsterdam. I used to want to go to Amsterdam, but then weed became legal in America. Machu Picchu, built by the Incas in the 15th century. I go to Machu Picchu. That's in Perugia. Palawan, Philippine Island. I don't know. That shit look kind of small, Chad. I don't know. It look like a strong wind might fuck you up over there. I ain't gonna lie. Like it ain't enough shit going on. There's too much water. I don't see enough shit going on. Yeah, I don't see enough shit going on. Sanatory, that's in Greece. They got some nice white buildings. That shit damn near look like El Paso. I ain't gonna lie. See, that's why I be saying, Chad. Maybe I'm just a party pooper because that shit look like El Paso, bro. It's the same style buildings and shit. Yeah. Wow. Look, I even got the donkeys and horses and shit with the, yeah. Shit looks like El Paso, bro. Bora Bora, French Polynesian island. I don't know, Chad. I might not be fucking with islands, bro. I think Jeffrey messed that up for everybody, bro. It's like I really don't desire to go to an island anymore. I really don't, man. Tanzania. I don't know, man. Safari destination. I don't know. Sydney. Yeah, that I would like to go to Sydney, but they got a crisis. Chiang Mai in Thailand. Yeah, I go over there. That shit looks crazy. That looks beautiful. I ain't gonna lie, I go over there. But yeah, I'm just not fucking with the islands, Chad. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't fucking with no islands no more. Diddy and Jeffrey fucked up them islands, bro. Nah, I ain't going to Ethiopia unless I get to go like on a See, if I go to Ethiopia, I might as well go to Jerusalem and all of that, chat. Just being honest with you, if I go to Ethiopia, I'll be trying to, not see the Ark of the Covenant, but like try to see where they, as far as they'll let us go close to seeing it. Like, oh shit, it's right over that hill right there. That's where they keep the Ark of the Covenant. Like, I go over there to see some shit like that, but just going to Ethiopia, nah. I would have to be trying to see the where they keep the Ark of the Covenant. That's pretty much the only reason I would even be trying to go to Ethiopia. Nah, Jared, Dubai fucked up right now. You know they got airstrikes going on in Dubai. Yeah, I don't want to go anywhere where they having airstrikes right now. But it's some place, Chad. I've never been to New York. I've never been to New York. I've never been to Florida. Yeah, Chad. I've never been to New York or Florida. I've been a lot of places in the United States, but I've never been to New York or Florida or Hawaii. Yeah, I've never been to New York, Hawaii, or Florida. I really wouldn't want to go to Alaska. I ain't been there either. They say Miami too expensive for no reason, John. If I go to Florida, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna go push up on Stein. If I go to Florida, I'm probably going to Tampa. Yeah, I'm from the South. If I go to Florida, I'll probably go to Tampa, Orlando. Jared, you got a spot in Florida? Hell yeah. Yeah, if I go to Florida, I'm gonna pull up on Stein, man. If I go to New York, it'll have to be during like it'd have to be when some shit going on. Like, I would love to go to New York. Like, they say it's too much when the ball drops and shit, but like when they do like a takeover, you know, like a Times Square takeover. Like if one of my favorite music artists or something had like bought out Times Square and had all the billboards everywhere, like I would want to go see that. Or like when we make it over here, chat, and we get enough, you know what I'm saying, to put all them billboards in Times Square, chat, like that would be a time that I want to go. I want to see some shit going on. Some shit going on. But I do want to try chopped cheese. I go to New York just to go into that chopped cheese spot. The dude that be going viral. Like, yo, Aki, let me get a chopped cheese on my. Yeah, I go over there and follow him. But I've never ridden a subway either, Chad. I've never ridden a train or a subway. I've never seen a subway, Chad. I've never seen a subway. Tampa got Six Flags. I've been to Six Flags in Arlington. I like Phoenix, Chad. I like Phoenix a lot. I like LA a lot too. LA is cool, but I ain't gonna lie. I like Phoenix. I've been all through Colorado too. I like Colorado. It's pretty cool. Good people. I like Chicago. Downtown. San Diego. Yeah, I've been out in San Diego. I like San Diego. I stayed in a really nice hotel in San Diego. I like Vegas too. I'm not gonna lie. I like Vegas. But Vegas isn't a place like that I would just repeatedly visit. Like Phoenix is a place I would repeatedly visit. San Diego is probably a place I repeatedly visit. Vegas is kind of like once you've been to Vegas, you kind of unless you know somebody. Now, experience in Vegas with like a local would probably be totally different than like visiting Vegas. Vegas is real who you know. That's one thing that I did learn about Vegas when you go there. It's really who you know. LA is kind of like that too, but Vegas is really like that. I had more of an experience like that in Vegas than I did in LA. Like I had to make a couple calls to get, you know what I'm saying, into the places that I wanted to get into. It wasn't like I could just show up. LA is kind of like that too, but LA is a little more accepting than Vegas on just showing up. Hmm. Oh yeah, it is a little difficult to get the truth. You said when you went it was 109. Man, I seen sometimes shit. I've been in so, between Texas and Arizona. I've been in some crazy heat, bro. I'm talking about heat. It's shit so hot you can see the heat waves, bro. Like I'm talking about, it's crazy. I've been in some crazy heat, bro. Between Texas and Vegas. I mean Texas and Arizona. You said plug in Utah would be crazy. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to go to the hood in Utah, Corey. If I go to Utah, you gonna take me straight to the hood. I gotta see it, man. You said Utah got the hood, man. I gotta see it, bro. You gotta take me straight to the hood. I don't believe it. Utah's the only place I would ever say take me straight to the hood. I would never say that anywhere else, Chad. But Corey will say Utah got the hood, man. You gotta take me straight to the hood. Corey finna take me to the trailer park, y'all. What kind of gangs are in Utah, Corey? I'm finna look it up. Bro. I have to know. No disrespect to the Utah gang members. Utah gangs. Okay, they got Pyrus, Crips, GDs. Damn, I didn't know y'all. I got the Northos and the Serranos. Damn, okay, y'all getting any outlaws? The Vario. I didn't know Utah had this big of a Hispanic community. So y'all doing graffiti. This shit crazy. Shit crazy. What time is it, chat? 2:30. No, I didn't hear about no jet hack, Nav. Let me look it up. L-35 jet hack. Dutch claims the F-35 jets could be hacked if the U.S. blocks upgrades. F-35s can be jailbroken like iPhones. Lockheed Martin F-35 fighter aircraft can be jailbroken just like an iPhone, the Netherlands Defense Secretary claimed. He made the comments during a podcast interview after being asked whether the aircraft software could be modified by European forces without the permission from the U.S. should it withdraw as an ally. The F-35 is truly a shared project. The British makes the Rolls-Royce engines. The Americans simply need them to. Even if this mutual dependencies doesn't result in software updates, the F-35 in its current state is still better than aircraft of other types of fighters. If you still want to upgrade despite everything, I'm going to say something I should never say, but I will anyway. You can jailbreak an F-35 just like an iPhone. He did not elaborate on what he meant by this, but his comments suggest that European forces currently managing the fleet would be capable of maintaining their aircraft software with or without the help of the U.S. manufacturer Lockheed Martin. Damn. Yeah, I seen that Hexas allegedly sent this broker to buy a bunch of Lockheed Martin stock a couple weeks before the war started. Yeah, I did. We talked about that earlier, Gerald. And that's why I said that's why they dropped that's why the same day that the bullet fragment come back not matching, they're saying, oh, it's a fragment, 40% of them don't match, whatever. The same day that they come out with that shit, Gerald, you see how they came out saying that now they investigating Empire, that Cash Patel investigating Empire for XXX Tentacion, Mo 3, PNB Rock, Nip, and Juice World. Same day. What are the chances? Damn. Yeah, Empire. Empire is the record label. That's who Nipsey Hussle and Juice World, XX Tentacion, Mo 3, that's who all them artists were signed to. Let me look it up. Cash Patel, Empire Records. Cash Patel, the current FBI director, is involved into a probe into Empire Records, the label behind rappers such as King Von and XXX. Investigation has raised eyebrows, claims of a hit list targeting deceased rappers. He said the investigation in Empire Records has been a part of a broader inquiry into shady dealings in the music industry. I seen that about the Patel cartel. That shit is crazy. Nah, I think Tupac been dead. Oh man, chat. What all did we cover? Let me go over here and look. Let me go look at what we covered, man, before we get out of here. Where is it? Oh, desalination plant in Kuwait was hit. It's crazy. Oh, Germany's AFD has called for the U.S. to withdraw 40,000 troops from the country. Damn, I forgot to cover that earlier. We'll cover it now. The Alternative for Germany party has called for the withdrawal of all U.S. soldiers from the country. Tino Trupala, the far-right party's co-leader, told a meeting on Saturday that it was time to remove Allied troops and nuclear weapons from Germany in order to pursue independent foreign policy. Let's start implementing this with the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Germany, he told supporters in Saxony. The Telegraph reported Friday that Donald Trump was considering pulling U.S. troops out of Germany, something he had been thinking about since returning to office last year. President, who has expressed repeated frustration with NATO allies, is threatening to punish members that do not meet his 5% defense spending. Chulo's comments put him at odds with the Trump administration. He has previously claimed NATO serves U.S. interests too much. On Saturday, he also stressed Germany should not be drawn into foreign wars, praising Spain's decision to block bases from being used by the U.S. to attack Iran. Mr. Trupala said that's exactly the right thing to do. Spain is not interfering in this war. Germany's Ramstein air base is being used by U.S. forces as a hub to coordinate drone and missile strikes against Iran, attracting criticism from opposition politicians who feared the country could be targeted in retaliation. Damn. Crazy. Damn, Chad. Yeah, 1.3 trillion bled out of the markets yesterday. Crazy. After it had recovered, so it bled all the way out. Oh yeah, Trump pardoned that guy. I forgot to tell y'all. We talked about it at the beginning. Trump pardons a nursing home owner, Joseph Schwartz, convicted of $39 million fraud scheme, just 3 months in a 3-year prison term. Victims have not been able to collect from Schwartz. Schwartz pled guilty to withholding tens of millions in taxes from employees' paychecks and failing to remit them to the IRS. He also paid himself $5 million as a ghost employee. Joseph Schwartz, nursing home owner pardoned by Trump, owes patient families millions. Schwartz pled guilty to withholding tens of millions in taxes from employees' paychecks and failing to remit them to the IRS. He also paid himself $5 million as a ghost employee while the Skyline healthcare chain collapsed across multiple states. Facilities suffered chronic understaffing, unpaid bills for food and medical supplies, outright neglect that contributed to resident deaths. Families of patients have won multi-million-dollar wrongful death judgments that remain uncollected. Doris Corson's family received nearly $19 million after she choked on scrambled eggs at an Arkansas facility despite medical orders prohibiting anything by mouth. Zelma Grissom's family was awarded after she passed away from sepsis caused by severe infected bed sores that developed because she was not turned regularly. Swartz is one of several convicted nursing home operators granted clemency by Trump. His first term, he commuted sentences of Philip S. Formes, convicted of a $1.3 billion Medicare and Medicaid fraud case. Judith Negron, convicted of a $200 million in Medicare fraud scheme. Swartz spent more than $1 million on lobbyists to secure a pardon. The White House claimed he relied on third-party tax filings and paid restitution, statement contradicted by court records and his own guilty plea. Damn. It says families in at least 3 states have been unable to seize assets because Swartz divested property in those jurisdictions and moved funds through more than 200 bank accounts. Crazy. Crazy, man. That's why I was telling y'all, chat. They don't care about fraud. Don't let this administration fool you, man. Don't let these people that's talking about fraud czar and waste, fraud, and abuse and all of this. Don't let them run that play like they actually care about fraud. I tell y'all this. They care about who's doing the fraud. They don't give a fuck about fraud. They give a fuck about who does the fraud. You see, while certain people do fraud and get granted a pardon, other people, well, actually, I can't even say they care about fraud at all. They don't care about fraud at all. It's just a narrative because even the Somalis, nobody's went to jail. Even with all of that shit, they don't care about fraud. They just want to put it in the. We heard JD Vance say they can only even prosecute less than 1.5 million. Then we're seeing pardons. Nobody's going to jail for Somali fraud. They don't care about fraud. They just care about who you think is doing the fraud. They're not gonna cover that though. You're not gonna get any X videos about that. It's crazy saying X videos. It's crazy. It's called X now. You're not gonna see any videos on X about that. Right, chat. You ain't gonna see none of that. Well, alright, chat, man. The chat's not moving anymore. Y'all don't want to sleep on me, so I'm finna get up out of here, chat. Double tap the screen on your way out, and I will see y'all on the next one. Good night, chat.